Good morning, everyone, and we are live now. Just wait for another minute and then we'll start.
Mr. Mohammed has raised his hand. Want to say anything?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Myself, Mohammed. I'm from Bangalore. I'm an entrepreneur and business consultant, and working in different vertical, majorly real estate, commercial properties, and partially software development.
Video
software-
on. Yeah, it's essential to have your video on before you speak, so people can get to understand you better.
Yeah, one second. Just I joined, so even I was thinking that.
Put on your video before you speak, please. And also, you can mention your qualification and the company name.
Yes.
And ideally, it is better to come in the open forum later.
Okay.
But since you are here, just mention your company name and qualification.
Sorry, I'm standing at the road, so here cops are catching. I could not able to remove the mask.
No, mask is good. Mask is good.
Yeah.
Your qualifications and company name.
Sir, actually, I have done my graduation. After that, I have done my MBA in marketing from Mysore Open University. I'm from Bangalore, basically. And I am running a business which is a service-oriented company past 7 years, which is registered in 2014. I have people like, industrialist people, manufacturers, software companies.
Very good. We'll have more from you later. But it is good you are benefiting from the India growth story and have the mask on. Stay safe. Please ensure you wear the mask everywhere you go and meet people.
Yes.
Be careful. It's essential for you and essential for the global community also.
Thank you.
Good luck. And come in later after the presentations, discussion.
Sure.
Shall we start now?
Yeah, Hemant, we can start now. We are live, so please go ahead.
Okay, fine. So, good morning to all of you. Very warm welcome to all participants. Myself, Hemant Mehta. Today, friends, we have a special conclave today on World Investors Week. Meet the expert think tank chapter. So, Hemant Mehta, welcome you all on this think tank multidisciplinary global platform. Chapter leader welcomes you all, and think tank global conclave for India growth story, and meet the expert series covering in detail IBC think tank financial reporting, RERA think tank, then FAFT, ISA, so many professional subjects like valuation, IPO think tank, capital market think tank. As a major part of think tank, at the rate Vivek Patra. Vivek in Sanskrit means knowledge and wisdom. Patra is a innovative newsletter updating updates containing slides on sharing latest development and real life examples by CEO, CXO, CFO, specialists, and professionals with global experience. Today we have Think Tank multidisciplinary global platform special meeting for all stakeholders in finance, corporate affairs, industry, and profession. Think Tank has been in existence since over a decade. Idea conceived somewhere in January 1991 to have conferences conclave with CEO, CXO, CFO, panelists, and specialists who are sharing their experience and real life examples. Our panelists are finance leaders working in reputed companies or professions since many years and have deep domain knowledge. Think Tank platform now, digital, has got overwhelming response globally on digital mediums and expanding rapidly through LinkedIn, Facebook, etc. Our participants and experts have rich experience in industry and profession who have done CPA, CFA, IIM, CA, CS, CMA, ISA, DISA, management course, or IFRS, BTech, Masters, PhD, etc. Sharing experiences, knowledge, wisdom, spreading as a reach out initiative globally. You can visit our website www.thinktank.co.in, and we have tried to compile much more information in spite of limited resources. Due to overwhelming responses to our annual report, corporate strategy, and ESG, we have announced 6P awards and recognition. 6P stand for profit, people, planet, professional, powerful influences, and platforms. For corporate, it is for corporates, annual reports, analysts, professional achievers, CEO, CXO, CFO, with a very reputed jury with rich experience in interaction and stakeholders and boards. These recognition and awards would be announced with a rigorous process of scrutiny and choice and interaction with the participant, and would be given digitally and if possible in a well located auditorium in Mumbai, like Yogi Sapagri or similar type of auditorium subject to pandemic rules. As participant, you are aware, recently we have launched a much awaited references type of newsletter, approximately titled as Think Tank at the rate Vivek Patra, India Growth Story, a comprehensive conference material compilation over 600 pages, sharing experiences for CEO, CXO, CFO, specialist with latest development and series on blocking, regulatory fraud, financial reporting, Ind AS, IBC, taxation, digital capital market, technical analyst, visa, bank audit, corporate affairs, and would be available for subscription. We request you to kindly make your any ethical contribution. We will from you and well wishers. So we will also be covering important and latest development as suggested by many participants in coming weeks. Example, valuation and financial modeling, health is wealth, cyber security, blockchain, MSMEs, etc. We request all to subscribe to Think Tank YouTube channel for watching summits, conclave, webinars, and join connect and network on Think Tank webinars group on LinkedIn and Facebook pages, Telegram channel, specially created on suggestion of many participants and panelists. We once again welcome you all members, and I especially thank my colleague in the digital global team. I can name few: Anupam, Aditya, Ajay, Anurag, Archana, Ashwari, Manish, Mitesh, Mihir, Malvika, Nipun, Nischal, Pramod, Praveen, Rakesh, Richa, Pramod, Mr. R. Kannan, Manish, Santosh, Subrat, Snehal, Sandeep, Umesh, Vijay, Vikas, Yogesh, and others for regularly contributing to Think Tank at Vivek Patra. Today, however, we have an excellent Think Tank multidisciplinary platform seminar. Eminent stalwarts and specialists sharing experiences and latest development. Let us have interactive events. And once again, I request you all on this World Investor Weeks. I hand over to Mr. Manoj with this remark. Thank you. Manoj ji, over to you.
Thank you, Hemant Bhai. It is indeed a delight to be with you and other eminent presenters, and many will be watching over social media, live streaming. And it is really good to have eminent people, including those who are participating in board meetings of Reliance Industries. And some of the topmost people in pharma. I can see some people associated at the top senior level, finance in Lupin, and many other participants joining, speakers and their invitees in this interactive discussion. And many watch it. Over 20,000 board professionals, over 450 board members have subscribed to the channel, and they watch live streaming and later full sessions, conclaves which last for over 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, unlimited open houses in a positive way. It's indeed interesting. Nupur is here with us. I think Nupur, you would like to start on an auspicious note.
Yes, sir.
With a shloka, and
Yes,
then we have a wonderful insights by my colleagues on the panel with the deep dive on India growth story, the insights on what happened, including yesterday. Yes, Nupur, your screen is on.
Yes, sir.
Your video on and your slide for the special platform you have created, multidisciplinary platform. Nupur, a few words about yourself, and yes, start your presentation. Then you speak about yourself.
Yes. Just a minute. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay.
But you can put it in PPT mode so that you can see the.
Right. So it's a very auspicious thing for me to speak about something spiritual on this World Investor Week of 2021. And so my name is Nupur Kamlesh Kothari, and many of you. Yeah. So I'm a mechanical engineer, and I have also completed my MBA in operations, and I'm currently working as a business analyst at a chemical consultancy firm. And the topic which I'm going to talk about right now is very much linked with the CA elections that are coming up. So we just have a look at the perceptions of different perceptions towards Gita. So I've taken one of the verse, that is verse number 47 of chapter 2. So this is the verse that I have chosen because I think it is very much relatable to the situations that will be there in the month of December post elections, CA elections. So it's a little bit similar to what I have shared before, but I would really link it with some content this time. And I would say that what you can see on the screen is the fruits, and how fruits are very much synonymous to certain other words. But you can see in the photograph that the fruits are not a complete healthy yield. You can see some of them have been decayed, or some of them are not in proper shape. So one of the synonym of the fruit which we say is outcome. That is, whenever we do a certain thing, we get an outcome of it. So we call it as yield. That we can see that this is a yield of a farmer which he has put the efforts in, and eventually these are the results that we call. So if we link this with our day-to-day life, we are putting in efforts very much similar to a farmer, and then we are getting certain results. We are getting a yield, or we are getting an outcome. So we now come to the main shlok, that is karmanye vadika raste ma phaleshu kadachana mat karma phale heturvu te sanchita swakarmani. So this is a brief shloka. This shloka has a brief of everything in the Bhagavad Gita. and there's a very commonly heard shloka of the Gita. So see, I would just go back to the same slide. You can see in the background.
Nupur,
Yes, sir.
your slide is to be moved. In fact, we are on the first slide only right now.
Oh, okay. I think there is a lag. Just a minute. Yes, sir.
Okay, we can see the
Wonderful.
fruits.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
okay.
fruits, the outcome, the yield, the results.
Yes.
Wonderful way.
Right. So I think when I was saying that this slide was not there, so this is what I meant. On the in the screen, you can see the fruits, the yields of a farmer are decayed and not in shape. So this is what I meant to say, that when we are putting in efforts, it's not always very obvious that we get our desirable results. And coming to the next slide, I just brief the shlok. That is a chapter 247 number shlok. And in the background, you can see that there's a farmer who is spraying water or pesticides, whatever. But when he is doing that, he is not always very over ambitious that he will be always getting an 100% output, but he is not still failing to put in his efforts. He is doing his efforts at his own side. He has not completely given up onto the process that, okay, I don't have to do anything, I will get the results. Because now, even if my things, my yield is going to be decayed, so why should I do this? Why should I put in my efforts? It's not the extremes. There is no over ambitiousness and there is no over laziness towards a task which he is doing. So this is one of the example of the farmer. The another example that we have is that the best surgeon in the world also does not have a successful 100% rate, but still the doctor is trying. The doctor never says that why should I even be a doctor if everyone has been decided that they are going to die someday, or everyone, it is it's a known thing that the pain is very obvious, the pain in the life is very obvious, so why should I be a doctor and cure people? The second example is that the airplane, even if led by the best pilot, whether it's any plane, the normal passenger flights or even the aircrafts of the Air Force, they also are risking their own life when they are flying the plane. So there is always a risk of failure in the system. There's always a risk of failure somewhere else. It's not that you are bad, it is that someone else might not have, he did not have a good day on that day, or maybe someone else had an excellent day and that somewhere affected you. So this states that your right is to work only, but never to its fruits. So you cannot have expectations from your fruits, and you should not let the fruit of the action be the only motive. That should not be the only driving force that, okay, I'm going to get crores of profits, then I should be very much investing my time into this. Or I should not be attached to this thing at all, nor let your attachment be to inaction. So I should not be demotivated that I'm not going to get anything out of this. Why should I do it? So what it is saying is that we need to give equal importance, equal time to everything in the life that we are doing without any expectations. Yeah. So this is it. Thank you.
Wonderful insights. A great start. Outcomes and yields. What is the outcome? India today, the fastest growing economy in the world, acknowledged by all the top economies and rating agencies. Fastest growing economy in the world, fastest growth. Numbers, predictions are out. FY22, the world looks at the future. Excellent healthcare so far and at the forefront. And many veterans here. Mr. Kannan, you are there with us.
Yeah.
Corporate strategy, leading in profession and business. I am Ahmedabad and worked at board level, monitoring performances of huge number of companies, right? Board level, IndusInd Bank, Ashok Leyland, huge number of companies. Earlier, executive vice president with ICAI Bank. Roshan, you are here with us?
Yeah, I'm there. I am there,
Yeah.
Mr. Manoj.
Yeah, Roshan. Roshan?
Yes.
You are there with us?
Yes.
Roshan, ISB, and well-known in the markets as a fund manager with Quantum. And now a transformational role seeks to transform a small size firm and bring institutional research and perspectives to the global stakeholder community, right? Global stakeholder community, how India growth story is marching ahead, which sectors, which company, which asset classes, ultimately how to create wealth on a sustainable basis, right? And we have quite a few speakers here, presenters. Dushyant Shah, you are here with us with your video on?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, Dushyant, very well known in industry, board level experience with HPCL group joint venture, has worked on management strategies, balance scorecard, Six Sigma, competitiveness, and always at the forefront in interaction on deep dive on the documents filed with SEBI and RBI. Only after deep dive discusses from the perspective of the common stakeholder, which is very, very vital. Umesh, are you here with us? Umesh?
Just give me 2 minutes, 2 minutes only.
Your video has to be on. And Umesh has joined and yes, working with lots of stakeholders of various professional bodies and tries to bring them to the forefront, make their presence felt, so professional bodies are not ignored in the global stage for the India growth story. Professional bodies also need to make their voice felt, right? Rochan, what do you feel? Professionals need to make their voice felt. Unless they do, who will notice them? Today, MBAs are at the forefront, right? IITs are at the forefront in the entrepreneurship in becoming CEOs. So other professional bodies, particularly in India, need to make visibility on a positive angle. Other issues are there, minor issues are there, but we have the best regulators in the world. The RBI, SEBI, NFRA, among the best regulators in the world, which is taking India higher and higher in the world competitive index, right, Roshan?
Yes.
Competitiveness index, how we grow. We were much below 200. Now we are coming in the top 50.
Yes.
That is because of the transparency and accountability and the best system on corporate governance because of our excellent regulators, SEBI, NFRA, RBI. Of course, professional institutes are also regulators. They can discipline the profession if they misbehave, right? They do it. So we can have Mr. Kannan, a couple of words from you. Then Roshan is ready to start his insights on research and funds management and various sectors, what they are all about from a fund manager perspective and as a from his personal angle, he is a topmost professional known as a fund manager with Quantum earlier, and how he seeks to transform the broking industry, also bring research and deep dive discussions today and in the series ahead.
So good morning, Manoj and other colleagues in the forum. Yeah, I think we are all now worried about what happened yesterday. I can tell you, if you see the growth in the world economy this year, after a very big fall last year, it is really phenomenal. And I was also looking at some of the statistics of growth country by country. And what I found, before pandemic, you would have found that countries in Europe were growing at only 1 to 2%. And a country like Japan was growing at minus or just a little growth they had. That is how countries were growing. But after the big fall in the last year, we are seeing that this year almost every country in the world showing a good growth rate, including Japan, which will have 2 to 3% growth. We know that the US is growing fast. First, I'll touch on the positive points. Positive points are during this pandemic, what has happened. You're all aware that Middle East was not doing well earlier. These commodity prices have started going up. So the oil prices going up to this level today, actually it has improved the fiscal position of most of the oil producing states. That's one. Second is many of the African countries, not all of them, there are 52 or 54. Many of them were based on commodity exports. We saw the price of all commodities were going up. So they were able to kind of recover. I would say they were able to recover. And today, one of the most important worry of every government in the world is the pandemic. And what we have seen is that in Asia, actually we have managed it well, but in the last, I think last week, we were hearing that increasing cases in places like Vietnam, Malaysia and all that. But Europe, it started last week. Already that Delta variant, I think it is spreading fast. And day before yesterday, we heard that South Africa, the new strain which has come, it's a very fast and spreading. But as per today's report in Indian papers, our people are trying to find out whether we had this strain in India so far. The finding was that so far the strain has not, no one has been found with this strain. Now, the major, then one more, which is a risk factor, is the inflation. Inflation in US is above 5%. Inflation in Europe, in fact, after 2008 crisis last time, most of the developed countries, their inflation was 0.5, 0.6, 0.7. They all wanted the inflation to go up to 2% after the crisis. But this time, what we are seeing, due to supply constraints, supply bottlenecks, and logistics constraints, a lot of demand for commodities, and the rates of the transportation have gone up. As a result, the cost of products have gone up. So this inflation is a worry in almost every country in the world today. That is why now US government has started thinking about, people are expecting that they will withdraw the, they will start increasing the rates from 2023. But latest what we are hearing is that they might start increasing the rates from middle of 2022. And they were supporting the economy by buying bonds of private players, and they are reducing that. Similarly, Europe will not withdraw stimulus till the end of 2022. Now again, because of this new Delta variant spreading fast in Europe, everybody is worried. So the expectations are that Europe will take time to withdraw the stimulus. But the only worry is that whenever last time when US government was talking about withdrawing stimulus after 2008 crisis, we saw Indian rupee depreciating from almost 62 rupees to 68 rupee 50 paisa within a few days. So when the US government came up with the roadmap for withdrawal, where they said, if the employment rate reaches this level, if my inflation goes about 2%, then only we will start withdrawing stimulus. So that gave a lot of relief to emerging economies like India, and because of which our currency again started appreciating. So this time people think, I was reading a report where, of course, Indian economy, we have a lot of good reserves today. close to $650 billion. The $650 billion, even there is we know that FIs has started removing money. And I believe the investment by what do you call? P-notes. So that is also might go back. That is why Indian government is also thinking of, RBI is thinking of increasing the rates. So if US is going to withdraw stimulus and increase rates, if India has to keep attracting FPI investments, then we need to increase our interest rates. And like Mr. Manoj said, all the agencies, as per their prediction, among all the major economies in the world, this year, India will be the fastest growing economy in the world. And I'm talking about major economies. And of course, we have 3 or 4 sectors still not doing well, like commercial vehicles and passenger vehicles, then tourism sector. And I was talking about trade, global trade 2 days ago, in a national webinar. So what we found was that this year global trade will rise by 9%. Next year it will rise by only 7 to 9%. But the trade pickup is mainly in merchandise. Services also is a big part of the trade. Services means it is related to people visiting other countries, tourism, travel, accommodation. So that will come back to 2019 level only after 2023 or 24. So now all the heavy lifting has to be done by industry. And one good thing is that in India, our agriculture is performing well. It performed well in last year, this year also. And we are all thinking, and government gave a stimulus of only 2%. We are all demanding 10% stimulus. But even with the 2-3% stimulus from government, of course, total package is 10%, where banks and all participated. We found that Indian economy has done well, thanks to not only government, thanks to many of the large corporates which went and really restructured their operations and improved their profitability, reduced the costs. So all that has helped. And if you ask me, the only villain who could be a villain going forward will be this virus, how it will shape up. Until yesterday, we have not found this new strain in India. Let us all pray, let us all wish that this variation of the virus should not enter India.
Good opening remarks, and you raised the vital issues on what's happening, the mutations, and India gets protected. Mr. M. Narendra, Mr. Narendra, Mr. Narendra, can you put your video on? Mr. Narendra? Yeah, till Mr. Narendra joins us and speaks, Roshan, your insights on what Mr. Kannan raised in his opening remarks and what really you expect, because there's a major big change since you decided to share insights about this. Yeah, Mr. M. Narendra, you are here with us.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Global Coordinator for the BFSI think tank globally. Mr. M. Narendra, Director on boards of top companies, and also who took IBA to the forefront, the banking system to the global growth story, and experience as a chairman as MD in banks. Mr. M. Narendra, opening remarks from you, and Roshan is yet to start his insights. Roshan is a former fund manager with Quantum and Indian School of Business, rich experience, and will share his insights on what's actually happening in the markets. And then we have Kannan's presentation on corporate strategy.
Oh,
yes.
So we are waiting for Kannan's also.
No, yeah, we are doing. And now Mr.
I am, as you mentioned, I am slightly busy with my evening
Opening
webinar,
remarks
but
from
I
you.
want all our members to participate
Yeah,
today.
opening remarks from you
Yeah.
before Mr. Roshan starts his insights. Roshan is
Okay.
from International
The-
School of Business and a fund
Yeah,
manager and a researcher.
Yeah. One is that you, as I have been always feeling that this IPO coming with such a high valuation and high pricing and all, particularly the new age technology shares, always used to be some what you call in terms of that high pricing. And I saw SEBI later, no, recently I think issued some discussion paper that if they are saying some money for acquisition and all, they must clearly mention by what time, what is the acquisition in mind, and they have to also allocate certain percentage, say 35% or something like that. I saw some paper report. So like that, the SEBI also regulator must be finding that this pre-pricing is leading to such a see, that is clearly of course again that improved that Paytm the issue, and such a substantial amount. And one point I always was telling that most of the money for those are the exit of the current investor, and the real money needed for the business has been lower. So this one concern, that it has been quite often discussed. And another important, Manoj, you were asking that the Reserve Bank internal working group committee report that was also talked about, and we don't know what is the final words from the RBI, because this somewhere you sent me the report, that is also their speculation. That there were some report that the government also will be consulting the RBI before they are opening up this particular for the private sector or disinvestment of the strategic to public sector bank. And of course, the necessary legislation is already listed up in the Banking Regulation Act 1969 and that is 1970 and 1980. So today, the other than the which are merged bank, the remaining banks are like Bank of Maharashtra, Central Bank of India, Indian Overseas Bank, and Punjab and Sindh Bank. I think another central bank I mentioned. So these are there is some speculation only. No, both the banks have said that we have no information about whether it's central bank, whether it's IOB. Now the necessary legislation or amendment to that, and I saw some paper report that the government also may not like to disinvest fully. They may still hold some 26%. So that at the appropriate time when they really want to fully disinvest, they can get a higher valuation. Now, as far as the private corporate sector entry into the what you call this banking arena, there were some enabling in the some time past also. That time quite a lot of corporates showed interest and then they withdrew. So it is not that the Reserve Bank has not thrown that, but they had always said that you cannot have the conglomeration where there will be what you call some relative lending and other some transactions and all. So you need to be a holding structure which is totally away from the your it should be independent for banking alone. And that is where you see now the private corporates have also grown in the NBFC, that Bajaj, Tata, all of them, and even Mahindra, all of them are doing exceeding well. Now, whether they should be permitted to convert themselves to bank and in what format and what structure, that is the one issue. And this committee has suggested that, okay, with certain this restriction on this type of lending and also having a certain enhanced supervision, corporate sector should be enabled. But another few thinkers, they are totally against corporate entry. Now, what is the via media or how the Reserve Bank will come with the guideline in related to the corporate sector entry into the banking, particularly when you have the strategic disinvestment coming and there will be good scope, and who are otherwise bidders. Suppose the existing banks like public sector bank can bid for that, that is also not clear. Or whether the new generation bank will bid for that, or any foreign institutional investors will come and bid. All that is not up to the now knowledge of the market. So This we have to wait and watch. And of course, there are other recommendations also in the interworking committee that while private sector bankers are who are the promoters, when they are later allowed to reduce the holding, or they have to reduce within a period of 5 years up to 15%. I think committee has recommended that can be slightly enhanced up to 20-25%. So that is another important recommendation. You know how Kotak Mahindra Bank had a lot of issue and they went to the court and all. Actually, that was not up to the good spirit. Actually, when all others have come into that guideline compliance, they were going to the court. And later, I think one via media must have been found out. So that is the issue that as per as that. Then another report you mentioned that recently the RBI committee has released a report on there are so many private digital lending platforms, and they have found 600 such platforms which are illegal, and they are not under anybody's control. Actually, that control has not been brought, nor they are they are not transparent, and they are also maybe charging very high interest rate to the borrowers. And actually, either the NBFC related online lending or any lending platform with the tie-up with the banks, they should be allowed to do the banking. Without any such things, then they are called as neo-banking, which again provides the digital lending platform where again funding will be done by the other peer-to-peer one. That also they said they should go for NBFC license, or they must have a tie-up. Now, this there were so many complaints coming to the bank, Reserve Bank, and they found some of the days this type of are misutilizing the information collected also. They are also maybe suddenly, like one Chinese company, I think they started this type of digital lending, and suddenly they will be missing, and such unauthorized platform being there. That is where this committee has come. So they have suggested that there must be a self-regulatory body, and the self-regulatory like IBA that way for the digital lending platform, and all of them will have to empanel. There should be a standard operating procedure for such a digital lending platform to, or online lending platform to operate, and they must comply with all the things, and they must operate and have all the information only in India. None of the information collected should be outside India, and the information whatever is there with them, they can they have to clearly only for the purpose of lending. It cannot be misutilized or lent to others. So of course there is a the data privacy bill also is there. It's already committee has, I think that is coming. So in a way, this particular report of the Reserve Bank is a very encouraging one. While you want to promote innovation, you cannot have another by misutilizing that and trying to mislead the customer, and there is no customer protection, and then maybe our information about our consumer customers may be going abroad and misutilizing also. So in a way, all that operating model and all that has to be also approved by the self-regulatory body or the association. And just like a sandbox where the Reserve Bank approves the fintech, there must be first approval, and they can also be put into vetting by the external what you call such experts who should vet the entire that model which is working maybe under the machine learning, artificial intelligence and all that, and that should be subject to audit trail also. So that is really a good report. In that way we are finding that as we see the innovation and creativity coming, and to the so much startups coming, there the regulator also responding with the relative regulation. Thank you, Manoj.
Thank you very much, Mr. M. Narendra. Vikas is here with us also. Vikas is a CEO NBFCs. Vikas, would you like to put on your video on and share your insights? And yeah, till we have that, Roshan, your response to what happened this week globally. And this is the time people who do deep dive and research their views are much sought after. Is it a blip? Is it a shocker? Is it a trend? And everybody looks at deep dive on corporates, on sectors, and looks at opportunities, because opportunities continue, daily fluctuations happen, isn't it?
Sure.
Oil price came down by 10% overnight when you are thinking of what to discuss. And this can have huge inventory losses in many companies, Reliance, etc. It could be a big opportunity also, because the way prices were going up one way, commodities, etc., it has worldwide implications. And as Mr. Kannan said, hopefully India will be protected from this mutant, which nobody really knows. Maybe it's a ploy, some people say, by the pharma company to continue doing big business. So, Roshan, your insight, you are a fund manager, you are interacting with the global investors, you are interacting with institutional.
Thank you, Mr. Alimchandani. And thank you all the panelists for giving us the time to speak today. I just have a few pointers in response to Manoj's question. Moderator, I think there is a lot of background noise, so I'm not able to speak. Can I ask?
I just did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody expect the speakers can be on mute mode. In the interest of everybody, we can have a lively discussion. And Roshan, please share a few thoughts and about yourself also, a professional, and you are you have worked with a world-class Indian School of Business, which has done better than Ivy colleges in US or Europe also. And the approach, the approach of a person with a top management background, and how you can make a difference on the global investor scene and bring new insights, new technologies, new techniques of looking at sectors and companies, and encouraging, building up a lead analyst team, as is there in most global research houses. I've been interacting with some of the topmost research houses, fund managers for the last 40 years, including CEOs, and good to have you. We all know you as a quantum fund manager.
Sure. Thank you.
Now playing a transformational role. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So to the all panelists and the audiences, my name is Rochan Pattnayak. I run the institutional equities and research at Choice Broking. Prior to that, I've had leadership roles as a fund manager, as an asset manager in multiple asset classes, including equities and private credit. And I started off my career back in 2008 with Wolverine Asset Management out of London as an options market maker. So I've been in the securities business for almost 15 years now. And my education background covers an MBA from the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad campus, and a graduation from Christ University in Bangalore. And so I won't take too much of your time on my background, but I'll be very happy to answer a few of the queries that Manoj Alimchandani had highlighted. One is that what happened to the markets in the last week? My response, or our response to that, is that we're seeing heightened periods of volatility. This is due to supply side issues of commodity prices, and with the new risk of a COVID virus variant, where nobody knows what the impact is. And I think last evening, the World Health Organization did meet all the major nations in order to discuss and decide on the protocols going forward. So we'll have to watch these discussions from the governing bodies for the next couple of days to decide on the course of the action. But based on some of the responses that we've seen with other global economies, I think a lockdown of the past scale may not be repeated because our preparedness with vaccines and our ability and our readiness to deal with such kind of incidents it's much more pronounced as we were before. So but again, we'll have to watch this space, and I just see how the lockdown impacts us, or if there is any potential information from the government. Secondly, everybody's of the perception that the US Federal Reserve rate tapering will push it then to the market. Yes, it is. It is of concern, and I think it is good that the US is increasing rates because, like our good friend Mr. Kannan said, that commodity inflation has worried everyone, and as a result of the commodity price inflation, we've seen US CPI inflation going to a record 20-year high, and with unemployment levels falling, rising US rates is a good indicator of the global economy rebounding. So that's a positive sign, which should put a slight dent on the prices. And yeah, so I think that's all we'll do that. And just a few days ago, I was speaking to Alimchandani, and we discussed how to see the markets and how to look at the markets. The common perception of the investors is markets are extremely expensive, and people are dreading with the thought of investing at right now. So our team and results that we have, and I think it'll be a good takeaway from today's session for everybody. So Manoj, would you be able? Is it possible for you to share the presentation on this?
Yeah, you can share the techniques you have been using as a fund manager and guiding your team on how you look at equities, currencies, commodities, sectors, companies, which are the important sectors, what are the tools, enterprise value, EBITDA, which sector, what tools, how you look at various sectors, weightages, from a top class fund manager and research angle.
See,
share the slides you have prepared and you have been using in your interaction with fund managers and global institutional investors who already know the sectors and companies. They have access to all the reports on Bloomberg and databases, Reuters, and they get reports from practically over 300 world-class brokers, which are available. But your cutting-edge insights and the tools are very important.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of ways one can really prepare himself or herself for a role like this. One is that your ability to read the tape or read the markets effectively. Before we got into a fund management role, I think I spent about almost a decade doing equity research, moving from multiple sectors, understanding what drives value creation or what drives shareholder value creation. So the scope of work was very extensive. But if I was to give 2 or 3 takeaways as to for a independent investor, one would be is that you don't have to understand the entire market for you to make enormous amount of wealth creation. If you stick to 1 or 2 business models that you understand, or industry sectors that are familiar to you from your experiences or from your understanding, and I think that's enough for you to actually have a very strong and deep view in terms of how value is created in those companies, and as a result, stay invested in those companies over a period of time. When we look at tools, I think we do a lot of bottom-up stock picking. So for every sector, we have a view. So we understand the value chain behind every sector, and then we try to find out who are the top performers and where can the next incremental growth come from those performers, right? And our job is to find mispricing in securities. And when I say mispricing in securities, it's a combination of your valuation skills and your combination, and the other part is your ability to evaluate the incremental growth in that business and put a price to that. And as long as there is incremental growth in each of these businesses that we invest in, well, I think shareholder value creation will happen. So a large amount of the time that goes or spent by us is trying to find the next company where we can see a substantial amount of incremental growth, both in terms of top line, midline, and bottom line. And that should eventually flow down to the return ratios, driving the stock to re-rate, right? And that's our approach. I think it's a pretty traditional approach, but yeah, so things that drive our success is one is bottom-up stock picking, having a very deep knowledge on that sector. So we have sector specialists that we have in our team. And third is that we look for opportunities where we can price in the incremental growth and pay a price for that stock today. Right.
Roshan, I know you have been a fund manager's hat, and I've interacted with a lot of global fund managers, you know, over 300 fund managers, including the topmost cream of fund managers who get rated highly by Morningstar, etc., Lippers, you know. Many are not visible here, but they get rated by Lippers. And some of them have joined broking houses. And this institutional research is a long haul. And if the broking houses had a look at business angle, he doesn't get revenues immediately. It's a long haul. And you also mentioned it takes time for break even. Can you mention what it takes when a fund manager joins a broking house? And particularly, you have a promoter, Sunil, who is here with us now, and you have been able to convince him. He is known as a businessman, you know, associated with hospitality industry, bikes, etc., and also always learning, interacting with professionals. So, what is institutional research all about, and what the promoters should do in broking houses? How much time they need to give it to institutional research? It takes time to build a team.
Sure.
And it is the important part of multidisciplinary approach. It is not one profession. One needs to have domain knowledge. And it is not a single profession which can bring a domain knowledge. It is a multidisciplinary perspective, like this global think tank multidisciplinary platform is known for. Everybody comes, share your thoughts. Then in fact, then Sunil can also share his thoughts as a businessman, but you from the hat of a fund manager and who is building up a institutional research business with deep dive perspective. And everybody knows we have large houses like Batliwala and Karani, Indian houses with over 30 analysts, MK Global with over 30 analysts, you know, Motilal Oswal, JM Financial, Kotak, and also we have now research by this digital platform like Zerodha, etc., where all the research is available for practically free. And people wonder which research reports to look. There is a buy report, there's a sell report. Right?
Yeah.
So that is it from a hat of a fund manager, a transformational hat. And then we would request Sunil to come in if he would. He has the option with his video on. He's here with us. He's here with us.
Thank you. So Manoj, in brief, when I decided to move from a fund management role and decided to join a brokerage such as Choice, I met with Sunil Patodia and Kamlesh, who run these businesses at Choice. And the prime motivation for me to actually make that switch was I like the vision in terms of how they how Choice wanted to be the next league of a top investment bank, right? And how they wanted to focus on research in order to build the other areas of the business, right? And Choice Broking as an institution wanted to position itself as a very strong investment house with deep knowledge in top 200 securities in India. And we build a sell-side business which can open rooms for investment banking, for asset management businesses, and for other advisory roles. So I was deeply motivated by the vision that Sunil Patodia and Kamlesh both had for Choice, and I thought that this would be an interesting role for me. One is that I get to make a very large impact from day one and my impact will be limited to my business division itself. But I was very excited to understand, find out that the impact that I make to my the impact that I make in an institutional equities and research business has percolation or a vast impact into the other areas of the businesses. So we are successfully building a wealth management platform at Choice. We're successfully building an asset management platform at Choice. And all of this is getting built up is because we are trying to develop the sell-side research, which provides us leadership, or which tells the market that we have leadership in top 200 securities. Now, these top 200 securities account for the majority of the liquidity in the stock markets today, particularly in India. Now, as an investment house and as an investment bank, as a merchant bank, it is of prime importance that we must have a data-driven institutional research on top 200 stocks, which will allow us to attract the right kind of deal flow, right kind of talent, and build the demand side of the business, which is the buy side, asset management, and products, and also generate healthy investment banking deal flow. So that's the overall
Roshan, we'll come to now sectors and stock and what actually are doing, because everybody is waiting for that.
Sure.
Sunil, you are here with us. Can you have your video on and share a perspective on India growth story and talent management? I know you can speak on that. India growth story and talent. Sunil? Roshan, can you check from your laptop? Sunil is here with us.
I'm in a different floor actually, so I will not be able
to here. It's on the participants are there. You are a co-host, Sunil. I can see his name. Maybe he will join and definitely he would also speak. But he is watching very closely and would interact with many participants. Yeah, Roshan. Now the main thing. What techniques for IT sector? You talked about IT sector. You have looked at it closely, and you also talked about a recent deep dive report you prepared on economy and deleveraging and how the value story of Indian companies are shaping up.
Okay. So, Manoj, I think with IT sector, I'll be happy to share something but I'll for the benefit of the audience, I'm going to present a short study that we've prepared here, and I'll just take them quickly and explain where we are and what we see, and then I'll be happy to take any questions. I hope that's okay.
Right, a deep dive into the study, and there is unlimited time on it because it's an interactive format. It's very, very important. You convey the main point in the deep dive.
Can you see my screen?
Let's have the your deep dive pages you have. That's very, very important.
Can you see my screen?
Can everyone see it? Umesh Narvekar, you are there. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see the screen.
All right. Okay. Thanks.
So Umesh is waiting to interact with Sunil. Umesh is a ex-chairman and a very avid worker on the India growth story. He likes to involve all professionals.
Can I proceed, Manoj?
Certainly, everybody is looking forward to the techniques and what to buy or what to sell. Everybody is in a different mode since Friday. Okay. People were saying it's expiry, but then there were different buzz coming from different countries.
Sure. So this is the overall sentiment that everybody is pondering over. Is a crash imminent, or where are we now? So I'll just explain in terms of the current situation where we are and what data do we see which helps us to negate this view. Yeah. So this is where the markets are. Indian equities are almost at historical highs, and this is what the common perception is based on largely used valuation multiples such as PE, EV, EBITDA, MCAP with GDP ratios, right? And I understand a lot of the investor community is also concerned because the equity markets have seen a bull run for the last 18 months, and everybody expects the euphoria to abate at some point. And like I mentioned earlier, with the uprise in COVID cases on the threat of a new variant, and the impact of US interest rates and rising oil prices due to supply side issues. This is actually blindsiding a lot of the investor perception and the investor work. And so people are concerned, but we'll show certain data points which will actually help them soothe their perception or see the data in the right direction. So what we can see on the top, if somebody follows my cursor, that on the top right, we can see the Sensex PE. And the Sensex PE is from 2000 onwards. And we're seeing the peaks of where the PEs are. And based on our forecast, we expect the PEs to be around 25, 26 on 1 year forward basis. So in our opinion, I think markets are fairly priced, so we don't see a large amount of mispricing in the Sensex. Then we come down to the Nifty. Now, similarly, based on our forecast on the top 50 companies' earnings and revenue, so we expect Nifty EPS to grow to about 847 rupees for FY23, which gives us about 16-17% annual growth. And based on our forward forecast, we expect the market to be anywhere 23 times earnings. So markets did peak out during the COVID phase, where you can see that the Nifty PE was around 35.2, but right now, based on 1 year forward, we expect the market is available at 23 times. In our opinion, the market is fairly priced. However, when you look at the Indian market cap to GDP ratio, we can see that the markets seem historically at an elevated level at 1.3 times the GDP. So which tells us that India's market cap of the stock market is much more valuable than the overall country itself. Now, if you see the phases post GFC crisis, which is December 2008 and 09, you see the markets rebounding to 1.3, 1.1 times the GDP, and the current print of 1.3 from the lows of December 20 indicates a similar fashion of a similar pattern where we've seen the growth rebounding post a crisis period. Now, all these three might give you an indication that the markets are quite expensive, but we'll show you something else which will help you to assess, gain a better view. So what we see is that there are differences between valuations versus corporate balance sheet and cash flow ratios and valuation multiples. A lot of the investor concerns are that markets could crash, and extreme market events are nerve-wracking for a lot of people. And but we want to say this to help out ease the investor concerns, is that typically market cycles peak out when there are excesses in the economy and the markets, and this is often seen across corporate levels too. If one recalls what happened during GFC or the Great Financial Crisis of 2008, and so over the last 24 months, I think India has been very resilient in terms of, and the overall global economy has been very resilient in terms of bouncing back into growth. And I think some of the companies have actually consolidated their position, increased their market share. So, and the best part is that there's a lot of deleveraging that has occurred. So we don't see any evidences of excesses in the economy. Secondly, what I want to say is that historically, it is of our view that market crashes are a rare occurrence because valuation multiples are their peaks, which is a current concern with a lot of investors. So, and we'll show you why that's not the case and why valuation multiples are not at their peak. So, what we've done is that we've taken the commonly used multiples such as the PE and price to book, and what we are saying is that these valuations may be overstated due to depressed trailing earnings, but also discount the strong earnings outlook in the medium term. To support our views, we present a different perspective on valuation using balance sheet and cash flow measures So we present a brief summary of a study conducted by a team to negate the common perception that markets and the economy are currently disconnected and are at all-time high valuations. So I'll just guide the audience to the next slide, and I want you to take a look at this data. This data is a computation of the top 500 stocks on the BSE, plus all of the BSE mid-cap stocks, plus all of the small cap stocks. And all of these stocks are ex-financial, right? And the data has been computed for the last 20 years. So it's an extensive amount of data set to generate. Can everybody see my screen? Hello?
Yeah, we can see that.
Yes. Okay. So we've measured the enterprise value to the cash flow from operations. And inverse of that is the earnings yield, which is the cash flow divided by the enterprise value, which gives you
good insights, Sunil. It's good to see you with us. Can you share about what you're doing for capital market, particularly India growth story and talent? You are allowed to speak on that. Everybody knows you can't speak on ballot numbers, huh? But speak on that. You are allowed to speak. Yes. Everything can be shared on chat.
I am really enjoying the session, and I am really grateful to you for connecting so many people on Saturday morning. It is knowledge sharing, and Rochan is a person with a rich experience. And I listened to Narendra also in the beginning. He is a wonderful banker. We have enjoyed his leadership in banking sector. And you are having so many leaders, like our past chairman of Vasir branch, C.A. Unmesh Narvekar, is again a good leader. C.A. Aditya Agrawal, all our good leaders are here. So I'm just enjoying the knowledge sharing. Thank you very much.
Sunil, something for you. What CAs can do, we have seen NBA from ISB can do better. Is it possible you will work on it and transform the CAs you are trying to work with closely and better elevate their perspective? That is very important. This can be done by interaction. And you know, you had benefited the most from interaction with me during your innings. And then interaction with multidisciplinary leaders is very, very important, which is not happening in this POUs of this professional body you have been a part of. They avoid interaction, they shirk interaction, they are afraid. What is there to be afraid of when India is #1 in growth in the global growth story? One has to come out openly, and there are leaders who can definitely speak openly. Every question can be countered. So henceforth, if you are elected, your first priority to ensure live interaction on multidisciplinary global platform level, with so then the professional can grow up, they'll benefit. It is not just encouraging the CAs, but to be at the forefront of India growth story. India can do it, can't it? Yes.
So this is a sensitive issue, but still, Manoj, I can say that it is always better to team up with all type of institutions wherever it is a mutual benefit. And I think we can take up it as soon as it is allowed. We will be open to discuss whatever is mutually beneficial to any two or more institutions. It can be taken.
Very good. The president of the institute is in favor of interactive discussions because that will help the profession. And incidentally, we have the best regulators, RBI, SEBI, NFRA. Wonderful job for India growth story. Quality is improving, peer reviews are improving, right? And with proper peer reviews, the Big Four will improve. If Big Four will improve, and of course the SME practitioners are among the best. You have been working closely with SME and your own closed firms. You have talked about the hotel companies and the broking companies are SME, and they are growing in business by leaps and bounds, right?
Sunilji, welcome. Sunilji, welcome. Just a short, Unmesh Narvekar here. Sir, we would like to know from your side, what are the 3 key areas you would be looking forward if you get elected? Focus 3 key areas. Please share, sir.
The only thing, there are so many regulators and so many institutions. So my main agenda will be getting engaged with all of them. and we have to listen to them and we have to express our views to them. Then we sit together and find a better solution which is beneficial between the institution and ultimately it is beneficial to the nation. We'll do it, sir. Don't worry.
Wonderful. Give views, frank views, in interest on all. Well considered views from 360 degrees perspective. I know you will do it, and in interaction with others, well done. And Roshan, really, you talked about the data points. You talked about rising oil price. We have seen oil prices come down by 10% yesterday.
So,
data has changed.
yes.
So press deep dive. What should the investor do, particularly the institutional investors on Monday morning? Buy, sell, hold, panic, don't panic, or look at the NSE data numbers which are coming on FI numbers. For every buyer, there's a seller.
Okay, sure. So Manoj, as per the SEBI guidelines, I will not be able to comment on any particular stocks or sectors, but I'll definitely give the entire audience and yourself a lens through which you can look at where the markets are right now and where you should position yourself. So just wait till I conclude the study, and then I think you'll see the perspective that we are trying to bring, right? So can everybody see my screen?
Yes, these are good data points. I think you have done a good coverage. I think right from 2001, it's a 20-year study, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Fantastic.
Yes. So Manoj, just to give you a brief background in terms of what we are doing at Choice right now is we're building up leadership on top 250 stocks. Every stock or every sector that we analyze, we use data-driven approach, which means all of our research is produced with an analytical advantage, which means starting from collecting data from the channel checks to the unit economics of the business, and then driving assumptions as to how the business would model in the future, and then we ascribe a price target. So a lot of our work is deep dived, and so what we're trying to build at Choice is a data-driven institutional research team, and I think that's the future, and I think that's how things will look ahead, and I think it will give us more credibility and help us build actionable research. Yeah. So I'll kindly request the audience to take a look at this screen right now, so you can see this 20-year data point. The data, first line is the enterprise value to the cash flow. It tells you as to on what multiple is the market trading at from an EV to CFO perspective, and then we take a look at the PE ratios, where the PE ratios are, and then we're trying to measure the cash flow to PAT, where we're trying to see the amount of conversion that has happened from the profit after taxes to cash flow, and then we look at the GSEC yield, which is the US Treasury, which is the Indian Treasury yields, which helps us to benchmark in terms of how the Indian corporates are performing as compared to the Indian Treasury benchmark. And then we look at the earnings yield, which is a largely ignored data point by many market participants or by many investors today, is the earnings yield, which we call it as the cash earning yield, helps us to assess in terms of what is the return that we're getting from a cash perspective on the overall investment universe that we have. So, and then in the final line, we've calculated the earnings yield to the bond yield spread, and where we're trying to see whether the spread is positive or negative, and then I'll conclude as to what data point is important.
Roshan, one important point which is coming out, it is looking much beyond PE, which is sometimes the first indicator they look at to see the overall health of the indices and countries.
Sure.
So different countries have different sectors, cyclical, brands, consumers, which are different P's. Your study shows CFO, cash flow on PAT ratio. It has been improving significantly, right? Cash flow upon PAT. So although the P's are changing because of valuation, but cash flows are improving. This shows corporates you have tracked in the universe, there is a fundamental change in the way companies are run, in the way they are managing their finance, and also profitability and EBITDA level this is a clear trend which is coming of showing you have 2003 a cash flow upon PAT 1.3.
Yeah.
Now it is over 2. And
2.5, yeah. So I'm glad you mentioned that point. So, yeah. So now we are at a peak conversion in terms of cash flow. So I think like our good friend Mr. Kannan said, that commodity price inflation has worried a lot of the economies, and I think as a result of the inflation and the rebound in commodity prices, a large number of our industries operating in the commodity sphere have deleveraged their books, and that has happened because of record high commodity prices, and in general what that has led to is deleveraging of the Indian corporate environment. Now this data is a good representation of the Indian capital markets, because this is BSE 500 and BSE small cap and BSE mid cap, excluding the financials. So what we can see to conclude the study is that corporate performance has improved tremendously from the lows of 2019 and 2020. P's are high, but P's are the price to earning ratios is not a good reflection of where we stand today. And where I want to point the attention of the audience is that if you look at instances where the earnings, so the first thing is that number one observation is, if you want to take notes, you can please. The absolute growth in the cash flow from operations from FY19 to FY21 has been over 75%. Whereas the growth in Nifty 50, Nifty Mid 100 and Nifty Small Cap has been in the range of 50, 65, 66%. So number one, the cash flow from operations have actually outperformed the market return growth. Secondly, with the cash flow from operation having increased much higher than the indices, the EV to CFO has actually dropped by over 20% from FY19. So FY19 it was 20, today it's about 15 and odd percent. So it has actually dropped. The current cash earning yield, which is the inverse of the EV to CFO, is at 6.3, above the 10-year GSEC, which is 6.22, right? The fourth point, the trailing PE multiples are at an all-time high, whereas the EV to CFO multiple is well below the high of 20.5 reached in January 2008, which was during the GFC crisis. So where do we go from here? Number one, that what the data is telling us, that the spread between the cash earning yield, which is the EV to CFO, and the 10-year GSEC yield has rarely been positive. Exceptions during the FY20 COVID crash, exceptions during FY09 recovery from subprime crisis, and the dot-com recovery era from FY2 to FY 2005. And what I want to conclude with this study is that the equity returns have always been very strong subsequent to occurrences where the spread between the earnings yield and the bond yield is positive. And equity returns tend to be very strong, and you can see phases during 2020, the rebounding, then 7%, then now we are at 2%. And then you can see the historical data where we've been negative for such a long time. 2009, you can see it's 5%. And then you take the period from 2002 to 2004. This is the post-dot-com recovery boom. You see the earnings yield, the bond yield, they've been very high. And I think those were the periods where the markets did rally significantly. Now, maybe the current spread is of not of the magnitude as compared to the recent data set, but to ease the investors' concern, we don't believe that markets are richly valued or overvalued right now, right? And like Manoj Alimchandani did point out that the CFO to PAT is at its peak. Yes, it is an absolute observation. And today it's almost at 2.5, which is greater than the historical highs of 2.3 reached in FY02. So that gives us tremendous amount of confidence in terms of the cash that is being generated by the Indian businesses and the Indian corporate. And going forward, this will allow the Indian capital markets or the businesses which are the part of the Indian capital market to actually spear ahead with the next level of growth without creating any excesses or the over-levered situations. So on that note, I'd like to conclude that this is where we are. And
Roshan, can you go on the slide on EV, the data, EV and CFO, how you look at it and which sectors are throwing different insights from EV angle and cash flow angle particularly? Because
Sure.
you have a broad view of over 30 sectors you are looking at personally.
Yeah. And one of the reasons why we chose EV to CFO is to communicate to the audience that the PE ratios may not be the right indicator to judge where we are with the markets, where we are with any particular stock. So what we essentially look at is the cash flow earning yield, and that gives us a very strong view in terms of where the markets are, what the businesses are worth, because at the end of the day, a business is worth its free cash flow that it generates. And so looking at EV to CFO actually helps us to get a strong view in terms of what is the yield that a business can actually generate from.
Which sectors the EV CFO is important according to you?
Any commodity investment, any commodity type investment, definitely. Steel, cement, ferrous, non-ferrous metals, anywhere where we have commodity-led businesses, they're extremely important. In cyclical stocks, and I think one key takeaway would be that as an investor, we should always look at the spread between the raw material, the spread between manufacturing one unit of that item and the spread between the realization. So we want to be able to buy commodity type investments when the spread between the cost of manufacturing and the amount that is, or the realization, is at its bare minimum, not at its peak, which is where we are right now. So this is not the right time to enter into these stocks. So they will see their downturn, but maybe there could be a lag of 6 to 12 months. But ideally, whenever you look at cyclical investments, whether it's cement, whether it's steel, whether it's metals, right, always try to get a view in terms of what is the cost of manufacturing and the spread between the amount that is sold, or the realization. And so that will give you a very strong view in terms of where you are with that company.
Roshan, what most institutional investors look at when they do valuations and they do in a spreadsheet financial modeling, they usually look at particularly for capex intensive sectors,
Sure.
like steel, cement, refineries. They look at EV upon EBITDA, and you have gone actually one step which value investors look at. Warren Buffett has always been saying, look at cash flows, cash flows, cash flows. Last week we had a session on financial modeling where we discussed about importance of cash flows in financial modeling. It's very good, but have you compared EV upon a CFO to EV to EBITDA, and what is the difference in year to year? In fact, there is a suggestion you should add that column also and see how there is a comparison of the same universe in terms of EV CFO, that is cash flow, and EV EBITDA.
Good question, Manoj. EV to EBITDA is a trading multiple. It gives you a reflection of in terms of where the stock is worth in terms of its earnings that you're pricing in. So we're going one step deeper with looking at the cash flow, the cash that the amount of business that is generating, which I think in our opinion gives us a truer picture in terms of how the business is doing. Yeah, sure. Comparing EV EBITDA multiples will add another layer to the price to earning multiple. And what we're trying to say here, Manoj, is that we're trying to see, look at data which can give us a forward-looking indicator, not a lagging indicator. I mean, you can take all the valuation ratios such as PE, price to book, EV, EBITDA, few other multiples, and I think they'll not help you to make a decision or come to a conclusion in terms of where you are right now and how you what and they cannot help you to get a view in terms of what the outlook is going forward. Now, whatever we do
talking
here,
about forward indicators, what rating agencies like Moody's, S&P does, and what the analysts do in their financial models.
Moody's and
Some of
S&P,
the
they do
indicator
credit
is the
rating.
PMI for industry services. Do you look at PMI? And what
that's a macro,
PMI as a forward-looking indicator?
Yes, that's a macro indicator. That's a high frequency indicator, and we look at that indicator to monitor how the PMI data has actually moved on a quarterly basis. But again, translating that into a forward-looking view is very difficult, very, very difficult, unless and until you're doing a lot of time series forecasting on PMI or GDP. And I think when it comes down to actually investing in the capital markets, a large amount of our time is spent in terms of estimating the demand for that particular industry sector, then looking at the supply side of the industry sector, then trying to find out whether we are in a incremental supply situation or an incremental demand situation, and then taking a call whether to invest into that sector, and then comes down to the stocks that we find within that investable companies, and then doing deep dive financial modeling. So financial modeling actually comes at the mid stage of our analysis. Yep.
How reliable you feel are the IIP numbers, GDP numbers, GVA numbers, which are coming out practically month to month, and they are rolled out by different agencies, government and non-government? And you know, there was a big controversy over GDP numbers and IIP numbers, and the components of IIP also, like typewriters, you know, and all that. Mobiles got very low weightages. Typewriters had more weightages, and then
sure,
they have been recently updated, so there are no detailed comparisons available.
Yeah,
and also on GDP and GVA, there is a huge discrepancy and huge debate, and many analysts or economists, they don't believe on the government data, and they do their own analysis based on the channel checks they are doing, and they do their varied estimates based on their interactions.
Sure. I think Manoj, I think our statistical institute, which is responsible for computing this data, and the central government, and I think there might be some need for overhauling the weights on those items for calculating or for before releasing out high frequency data indicators. And I think they are very dynamic, and it's very hard to keep up. But I'm very confident that our central government is actually taking adequate steps to reviewing them. So we should wait for the next quarter to hear in terms of what the update is. So, but as far as we are aware, I think they're reworking and relooking at those weights and trying to come up with a tangible measure for assessing that.
We have friends from companies like Reliance, Lupin here in this platform. Now Reliance has announced a major capex plan, one of the biggest investments in the country. They have got huge funds also last couple of years in pandemic, because they could convince about the India growth story. Now huge investments in the energy sector, clean energy, green energy, huge investments coming in, you know, batteries, hydrogen. So when you look at indicators like EV upon a cash flow, in that case, the company top management would feel EV, you have to give importance to the net cash flow will be very poor possibly because of capex cycle, and without capex you can't drive GDP. It's going to be a long-term capex model. And also in companies like infrastructure, last many years, over 6-7 years, there has been very low capex because everybody is aware of, you know, IBC issues, slowdown issues, and now there is a lot of pent-up demand and capacities are limited, and we are taking forward to the next leap of growth, also given by incentives like PLI and various sectors. So there is huge capex coming. So then what indicators you feel, you know, even cement sector, huge investments are coming, building materials, there is huge demand because of some of the lowest interest rates driven investments. How do you look at it? And also one more point which is coming, all the numbers are related to optimum returns given by different asset classes. We were used to high interest rates being paid by corporates from 11 to 14%. And today, many of the corporates are getting very low interest rates, about between 4 to 7.5%, 8%. And even the alternate investment avenues by whether institutional funds, they just get 4 to 5% in the credit classes or liquid funds, and the bank FD rates are also varying from 2.9 to 4.5%. So equities has giving a very compelling return opportunity, looking at the investment cycle happening and profitability driven by opening of the economy. And now we have seen even airlines, international airlines are allowed to operate from 15th of December. Theaters have opened, and all the payment platforms are also full of digital payments, that technology driven efficiency has come in.
Okay.
Your data number slides on, it's very interesting to see deep dive discussion on hard data you are showing based on your studies.
Manoj, I think I'll be able to address the first 2 points, but I think the final point, I think I need a little bit more clarity in terms of what the question is. But you did talk about the CAPEX story and where we are right now. And I think you're absolutely right that CAPEX will drive the next level of growth. And why CAPEX is also important for us as a key monitorable is that for every industry that we have a coverage and that we build a research on, we forecast and we meet the managements and we do the deep dive in order to understand what is the growth prospects for that industry, growth prospects for that company in terms of the amount of CAPEX that is being announced, and then model that CAPEX and then visualize and then come up with an earnings estimate, and then try to forecast the incremental growth which can result from that CAPEX, and subsequently the growth needs to translate into higher profits at much better rates, which means return ratios will improve. So yeah, I think monitoring CAPEX and then investing in those companies when they're coming to the end of the CAPEX cycle is very important, because that's the right time you want to get into those companies, and because you can benefit from the operating leverage that kicks in from there. I hope I answered the question in terms of how to incorporate CAPEX and then invest in companies. Yeah.
Roshanji, it's nice to have you all the detailed analysis of all these stock markets and ups and downs. Let me connect this with the profession of a chartered accountancy. So we, as you say, we are chartered accountants. We are the rather the CFOs, rather the chief financial officers for the economy as such, because we are dealing with a lot of finance and all these things. What in this turbulent situation or volatile situation, rather the economy is going definitely towards a rising trend, but ups and downs are there. What will be the role that chartered accountants will play as a rather financial officers of the corporates as well as for the individual investors also? Rather, we are the advisors to them. So in such a situation, what do you expect a role of a chartered accountants to take way forward, and how that will be impacting to the India growth story? Please, sir.
Sure. I think as we continue the growth momentum, I think a lot of professionalism or governance standards need to improve on companies which are below top 300 in India. So I believe there is huge amount of scope for chartered accountants or auditing firms to develop governance-based practices where you can put in the best practices for managing a board, for guiding disclosure norms, for building in a professionalism, and the third thing is it is very important to have have the senior management have a strong view on the data analytics. See, what we've learned, sir, over the last couple of months during this crisis is that one, digitization of businesses has become of paramount importance. Today, every business needs to have a digital strategy, but many businesses do not know how do they make that transition from a generic business model to having a digital strategy, whether dealing with their suppliers, dealing with their customers, and managing the entire workflow. So that's one area where I think chartered accountants can create a practice in terms of advising digital first strategies. And I think there are a lot of consulting talent that is available in the market, which can embed within a CA practice or an audit firm. And the second part is that using that technology to create analytics or performance metrics of that business and reporting that to the senior management will give them a very strong view in terms of how to monitor their businesses and what to look for and what not to and what to avoid. And I think based on my interactions with a lot of small and mid cap, mostly small cap promoters, I think they're very smart entrepreneurs, and I think they've done outstanding work in terms of scaling their businesses 5, 10, 15 years ago. And I think today they are at a position where managing or getting into the next level of growth is very difficult, or making that transition is challenging. And I feel that having a digital strategy and a strong view on data analytics, which means monitoring your business in terms of analytics, will actually help you to build confidence to move into the next level of growth. And obviously, and the second part and the first point that I mentioned, governance standards. Today, what we find is that a lot of the companies do not have a very systematic way of governance. And I think you can help create a platform where they can implement this very well. And that will allow them to maintain stakeholder relationships both internally and also to the external world, to people like us, so that we can actually do good work in terms of asset pricing.
So that's great to listen you on this point. But let me connect with this point only. What you said, one is the data analytics, which is more of a digitization and analysis of this data. And secondly, you talked about the governance. Now, if you see that today's the policy, government policies are getting a 360-degree change. And recently we have heard about, as a professional, I am expecting the view from your side. See, there is a sea change in the government policy in the direction of ease of business, ease of doing business. Government is making more and more towards ease of governance also. And one of the steps that has been recently taken, it's as of now, it is what we can say, it is not crystallized yet. But the NFRA has been constituted, and NFRA chairman has given a view that they are in a thought process of doing away with the audits of small companies, mid-sized companies. Probably the things are still not yet crystallized. These have been heard, and these are things in papers. But from the point of view governance, what you say about whether these type of moves will be in a better perspective of the interest of the profession or in the corporate sector? Secondly, are we doing away the audits and going towards relying on the data analytics only, through which rather the audits are moving, the traditional audit structures, what we have seen, what you have understood, are done away, and we are moving more focusing upon the data analysis and deriving the reports through data. Is there any sea change? Please.
See, I don't think that's likely to happen, that we'll move away from data analytics, move away from auditing and move into data analytics. Data analytics can only happen as a result of better business performance or better business management. So auditing will always be there, otherwise the regulators and nobody will have confidence in our capital markets. So that's not going to happen. That's not going to go. The second part of your question in terms of the regulatory regime coming up with new versions of or new data points in terms of how they want to regulate, and I think you'll have to let that regulatory committee come to a conclusion by March next year, so that you can have a conclusive guidance in terms of what the regulatory regime is going to be. But please note that all of this that the government is actually proposing is actually to promote the ease of doing business, particularly for the MSME sector and the startup environment. So they're trying to create a common or a ease of doing business for the initial first few years of the startup and for an MSME. So I think that's directed more towards that. And but yeah, and second part, I hope I answered is that you're not going to move away from data analytics. That's always going to be you're not going to move away from auditing. That's always going to be there. Otherwise, nobody will have confidence in the financial reports, and the regulators will not accept that. So that's not going to happen.
Sir, nice. But can it be amount to ease of doing business will amount to ease of doing frauds or corruptions or maybe other malpractices? Because if there is no
that's the job of regulators, right? So like Manoj Alimchandani said, we are very confident that we have outstanding regulators, and I think that's very important for professionals like you and me, important for investors to park their money in capital markets, and also for foreign investors who have a lot of confidence in India. I think if the regulators were not doing that job, and I don't think we would have seen this kind of record participation by foreign investors in the last 18-20 months in our market.
Good point, Rochan, on excellent regulations and data analytics. This week we had a listing of a latent view, record oversubscription, even post listing over 40% gains. This shows the importance of data analytics and how global investors can use the resources of top class management talent. We have another veteran here, Rajkumar. You are here with us with your video on. Rajkumar? Ji?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Is your video on? Roshan, I would like you to respond to Rajkumar and Mr. Kannan. Rajkumar, you are here with us? Rajkumar has joined us. Just check. He is with us with proper network.
Yeah, Rajkumar is there. I can see Rajkumar Odukya.
A video on?
I can't see that. Video is on, I guess.
Can you hear? He's trying to speak. Just check. You can hear? Just speak. Put on a video.
Yeah, I guess Rajkumar Odukya ji is on mute, sir. Odukya sir, you are on mute.
Hello.
Yeah, Rajkumar, your view on data analytics, which
am I audible? I think there is a.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
And Rajkumar, Mr. Roshan raised very valid point on the importance of data analytics and also the excellent regulations we have. Your perspective on data analytics, how I can help in the India growth story, take it ahead in the world for decades together. And also about the great regulations we have had. NFRA, SEBI, RBI, and also professional institutes, various bodies.
Nay, Manoj,
your video on?
Friends.
Is your video on?
The data analytics is the order of the day. See, all our conclusions, all our decision making will happen.
Roshan, just put the data slide on. Roshan. While you're speaking, yeah, because the data slide is on the screen. Many will watch over the YouTube.
I think
put on the data slide on, Roshan.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in presentation mode. Put the data slide on. Yeah, your cash flow numbers. And,
Manoj.
Yeah.
I'm not able to hear something fully.
Yes, sir. Sir.
And
Rajkumar ji,
sir, put on your data slides on, for the cash flows, and that will be a very interesting slide. 20-year study, 20 years data points.
I think that's data.
Yeah, people relate to numbers very easily. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, Rajkumar, your perspective on data analytics, how it can help the professionals move forward, India growth story, and excellent regulations which Mr. Roshan said we have NFRA, SEBI, RBI. So to attract the global investors on a level playing field.
See, the friends, data analytics is the order of the day. The data analysis will give us various indicators which will help us in making decisions. All our business decisions will be on data analysis, and therefore each one of us, we must gear up to master our skill on data analysis. And the regulators, I take up regulators in a different perspective. Like, if somebody throws a googly, we should be able to hit a sixer.
Wow.
So like NFRA has a 4 questions in a consultation paper which is there before us. So one question is whether MSMC should be exempted. One question is where CARO has an exemption and internal financial control, whether that should be exempted. One question is whether there should be separate auditing standards for small enterprises. And there is one more question, maybe accounting standard related. So on whether MSMC, because NFRA deals only with companies, section 132 under Companies Act. So we have a word MSME, so they've used the word micro, small and medium companies. So that has given us an opportunity to tell what are the value addition by an audit. Like audit is as important as a oxygen to a human being. So audit, if we look at our auditing standards, there is a standards on auditing 260. Now that standard says how the business can be improved. It is the report which is given to the management, which is, we have another standard asset 265. This talks about weaknesses in the internal control. This we give to those who are in charge of the governance. There is a standard 250. We have a 360-degree view of the laws applicable to the enterprises. We have a standard 240 pertaining to fraud and errors which has happened in the business. Standard on 260 going concerns. So there are so many advantages of an audit. So there is a question of each, even Panwala should get an audit done. So this is about one question of MSMC. Second question of the CARO and internal financial control. If we look at the question 1, then the one question on CARO automatically get answered. Ki every enterprise should be audited. And there is no, third is about the auditing standards for MSMC, small enterprises. Yes, we have now 45 standards, engagement standards. So there should be separate standards on auditing. So I take NFRA as an opportunity to tell to the world ki what are the advantages of an audit and why every enterprise, including Panwala, Sabjiwala, they should get an audit done. So the data analytics, NFRA, if there is any other question, I would be very happy to give.
Adukeji, sir, Unmesh Narvekar here, sir.
Yeah, Unmesh.
Sir, you are a very seasoned player, having more than 30 plus years of experience in the profession, and almost 3 terms you have been a council member.
Yes.
Sir, in spite of that, today there is a shaking of confidence. What is been perceived by the government about the professional, rather the chartered accountants, and that's why so many measures have been taken, about so many talks have been done. Now, what you as a candidate for the central profession of CA in the eyes of regulators or the government, rather we can say?
See, I have made a very 20 to 25 minutes video on my election manifesto and I have broadcasted it. Okay. See, the role of the institute, the role of a student is to pass the exam, become good professional, succeed in life. Role of a professional is to have a good income for the family and to serve the society. It is the institute which has to become a think tank. See, the one person started, one economist, Mr. Swabi started World Economic Forum. Now we are such 330,000 members. My goal is we can develop the whole world, not only India. We can make unemployment zero. We can take our economy to 10 trillion US dollar in 2 years rather than the plan of 7 years. So there are so many things. Now what institute should do? See, currently we are focused only on accounting. My one strong agenda is each member has to move to non-traditional areas. Accounting, tax, this income tax and GST should be the byproduct, should not be main area. Secondly, institute has to keep on giving advice how they can improve their policies. If we do our homework well, naturally anybody will listen.
Sir, do you feel that are we failing this duty because I said one nation, one tax, why there is no one accounting standard, rather there are multiple accounting. We are the beginners who have issued the accounting standards to the entire nation. As far as the ICAI is concerned, that is our role, main role, to give the accounting standards for accounting purposes. Whereas if you find every law, the income tax, there is a different accounting standard, NFRA is coming with different accounting standards. Sometimes there is a dilution, and that creates so many problems in the country regarding the balance sheet, reading the balance sheet, because every balance sheet is derived through different accounting standards. So are you of that view that whatever last 30, 40, 50 years, we are not able to market ourselves, rather we are not able to convince the government that ICAI accounting standards should be the backbone of accounting? Please, your view, sir.
No, Unmesh, I agree that, see, first of all, we ourselves are playing so much with the accounting standards. See, the amendment should come once in 2 years or once in 3 years. Now, we ourselves have divided our accounting standards for non-corporate into 4 categories. So, the accounting standards is so simple. The double entry bookkeeping was given by a mathematician, Italian mathematician Luca Pacioli in 1490, and he gave simple rule. You know, personal, real and nominal. Debit the receiver, credit the giver, debit what comes in, credit what goes out, debit expenses and losses, credit gains and income. That's all, full stop. Accounting stops there. So I feel we have to rework on accounting standards. In the council, when I have spent 18 years, I have been kept on saying, you know, lot of time we spend on amending the accounting standards, which do not make much difference in the corporate world. And that for members, you know, learning, relearning, looking at the amendment becomes difficult.
Yeah. No, the one, yes, sir, very rightly said. One more point, sir. If you see the globalization, IFRS also, we had converted it and brought it to the Indian standards. Basically, Ind IS, rather we can say. Now, in the globalized area, our Indian balance sheets have been seen by international balance sheets also. Are we going to amend every law in that direction, or are we not going to imbibe it, or is it fair? Because what happens, the international things or fields are different, the situations are different. Indian accounting standards or Indian level playing fields are not in that direction. So how the balancing will be done basically, and what is your view on these points?
See, first of all, Unmesh, I do not agree that Indian environment is different. I am looking India as a global leader, as number 1 in the world. And we are no less. So by saying that Indian environment is different, I do not look at any member as a small SMP. That word itself should go away. Because every member can do what any other member can do. So I personally feel, and you know, we have a representation everywhere. We have a representation at IFAC, we have a representation at CAPA. As we know, recently one of our members got elected in CAPA. We have a representation in SAFA. So we must, I personally feel we must accept global standards, because once those have been accepted by the world, making changes here and there gives a different picture.
Sir, you rightly said there is no SMP as such, that SMP word should go away. But by saying that there is no SMP, or rather tagging anybody as a big four, that doesn't make a big four, or that doesn't make a corporate practice as such. So what, as a central council member candidate, what role you will play to elevate the SMPs, rather in a real sense, to grow their practice to compete with the big firms, or rather big four firms, rather we can say, and to tap the international markets?
Unmesh, if you have seen the manifesto, I am a strong spokesperson of use of social media. Okay. I have coined a term, like FIT, LBW, PQY, OBA. यानी LBW क्रिकेट में जो होता है, तो FIT is Facebook, Insta, Twitter. LBW, LinkedIn, blog, website. PQY is podcast, Quora, YTube channel. And OBA is online platform, book and articles. See, any professional has to take the action. The institute role should be mentoring each member. See, this year our surplus has been 250 crores. That can be utilized to mentor each member and each student.
Wonderful insights on 250 crores.
Last point, sir.
One second. Wonderful insights on 250 crore surplus and how it can be effectively used. We have ThinkTank interactive forums for last 10 years, and last couple of years, these people actually in the Western zone are scared to have interaction by wrong people involved. That is a very valid point. And one more point which has come, Mr. Krishnan has raised the hand. He has put a valid point on the chat. Krishnan, you can raise the issue, and everybody is waiting for the corporate strategy presentation by Mr. Kannan. We are going to discuss the strategy, how India is at the forefront and remains in the forefront and supported by top Indian professionals. Krishnan has rich experience with Aditya Birla Sun Life Group and in the industry for quite some time. And I would like to add Mr. Rajkumar, doctor, also an advocate, has been on the board of mutual fund, right? Bank of India Mutual Fund, and also other.
Manoj, I am only chartered accountant, not an advocate.
Okay, yeah, but you are wearing many hats now, chartered accountant, and earlier also chartered accountant and former chairman, and also on the board of mutual funds, right? So,
correct.
And earlier, the view, yeah. It is not only a professional how chartered accountant can contribute as board members also. Krishnan, some thoughts from you. You have raised some points and insights. For Mr. Kannan to share his.
No, I won't take more than 2 minutes. Thanks, Manoj, for getting me here. Always pleasure to connect. Now, it was an awesome presentation by Mr. Pattnayak, especially enterprise value to cash flow. So I had just one small question. The ratio as cash flows have been increasing, but is it because suddenly post-COVID the opportunities are seeing less? Could that be the reason why cash flows have suddenly increased? And also, could this also be the reason for spike in metal prices? Because many corporates could have shrunk their capex, so cash flows would have increased. So the implication of that would be they probably didn't anticipate that the demand post-COVID would spike to such a level, especially in the metal space. Mr. Pattnayak, if you can, I guess.
Yeah, till the meantime, Roshan sir joins. Adukeji sir, you are there, sir? Hello, Aduke sir, are you there?
Come back.
Sir has put up in chat that sir has some other meeting.
Okay, that's okay. They can always come back in the open forum.
Yes,
yeah. Corporate strategy. Mr. Kannan?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, can we have your slides? Excellent presentation, corporate strategy, various different type of strategies, live interactive discussion as usual.
You're all able to see the slides?
No, sir, not presently.
No, I'm
No.
sharing. 1 minute. Huh?
Sure.
I've shared the slide. Is it coming? Not yet.
No, double click, sir. It is showing double click to enter full screen mode. I guess if you
1
double
minute.
click, it should come.
I'm not able to see the full screen of.
Hey, I guess
Zoom.
I'm not
1
able
minute.
to.
Huh?
Sure, turn.
I want to share. Yeah, it is showing sharing. 1 minute. I'll say stop share, then again I'll share.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
It's indeed a wonderful presentation.
I think it has got stuck. It is showing screen sharing, but I said stop share. 1 minute. Now again I'll share. Yeah. Showing sharing. You're all able to see that?
No, sir. At least I can't see. Yeah, now it's visible.
Visible? Okay.
Just turn the slide. Turn the slide.
Yeah.
Turn the slide.
Yeah. So today we'll discuss about this.
Yeah, just turn the slide.
Yeah.
Then just the slide before. Yeah. This is it. Yeah, you can share about your experience and global coordinator of our corporate strategy series, Mr. R. Kannan.
Yeah. So
and also our jury panel for the 6P award.
Yeah. So basically, I have about 36 years of experience in finance and strategy, and I worked for companies like Pricewaterhouse, TCS, then Piramal Group, UB Group, then ICAI Bank, then Hinduja Group. And after the 2008 crisis, I must have delivered keynote speeches in more than 100 CFO conferences on how to manage finances during crisis. And I keep sharing my ideas with various stakeholders from India as well as abroad, and some of my recommendations were implemented by US government on crisis, European government on crisis, Indian government on growth. So that is my background. So right now, I am providing corporate and economic services focused on central government, state governments, as well as corporates. So that is my background. And digital global team, it was mentioned in the morning. So we have Mr. Anupam, Mr. Aditya, Mr. Ajay, Mr. Anurag, Mr. Aishwarya, Archana, Mr. Akshay, Mr. Dinesh, Mr. Dilip, Mr. Hemant, Mr. Mitesh, Dr. Narendra, Mr. Manish, Mr. Nichal, Mr. Pramod, Mr. Rakesh, Mr. Ramesh, Mr. Robin, Mr. Rucha, Mr. Sandeep, Mr. Santosh, Mr. Padmanabhan, Mr. Sanjeev, Mr. Vikas, Mr. Umesh, and Mr. Yogesh. And of course, we have our Mr. Manoj Alimchandani. And as a disclaimer, the presentation slides and discussions are only for knowledge sharing and educational purpose. So no investment advice is through this. So whatever I say, maybe you are all experienced people. You can do your own due diligence and research. So documents, guidelines of regulators, exchanges, listing arrangements, rules, regulations as may be applicable. So this is a disclaimer. So generally what we discuss here is more of, I would say, academic purpose than for any commercial purpose, than for investment purpose. So coming to strategy, in fact, strategy, I will go through that. The introduction is that we are living in a VUCA world. All of you come across this term at least 100 times in your career. So it's a high level of uncertainty. When we hear about countries being shut everywhere, we hear so far that new virus was not found in India. In case it is being found tomorrow, day after, I'm sure there will be more announcements of lockdowns. So we are living in a world where we are not sure. We say it's environment is volatile, it's uncertain, it is a very complex world and ambiguous. And one more thing, increase, every country now, they want to kind of increase their manufacturing instead of importing. So they want to become self-reliant. People are talking about nearshoring and onshoring, not offshoring. So this is a trend that we are seeing from very large countries like US to Europe, even small countries. And changing consumer preference, what we used to like 10 years ago, today things are changing. So example, 30 years ago, when somebody purchased a car, he wanted to keep it for the life. Today, when we buy the car, our horizon is only 3 to 5 years. And we also hear that young people, they don't want to buy a house, they don't want to buy a car, so they want to live in a rented apartment, they want to use Ola, Uber, and everything they want when they want it. So that is what we hear. Then hyper competition, we are seeing it in at least 20 industries. It is banking, insurance, or telecom. You name the industries. There are so many players, e-commerce, retailing. So hyper competition putting a lot of pressure on companies. The technology disruption. This is what actually it worked to the best in the last 2 years. The presentation made earlier by the earlier speaker, we saw many of the large companies were able to go and improve the performance. One of the reasons was that I remember in the last 10 years, previous 10 years, not these 2 years, every CFO conference, they are talking about how to digitize a corporation. Thanks to COVID. So whatever people wished for in 10 years, all that happened in 2 years only. So we see a lot of technology disruption happening. Technology disruption. And changing regulation. 30 years ago, 32 years ago, we had only one regulator. That was RBI. Then we had SEBI. So like that now, central government itself, we have 10, 12 regulators. BSC itself is a regulator. NSE itself is a regulator. Institute of Chartered Accountants is a regulator. And now we are talking about NFRA. So we have new and new regulators coming, and new regulations are coming at short intervals. New regulators are coming every 2-3 years. So, which means that more rules, more regulations, more compliance, and more time spent on compliance. Geopolitical development. So it's good that this US, if Mr. Trump has come back, if he had come back, what would have happened was that the geopolitical situation would have worsened further. So it's good that he didn't come back. But still we talk about US wanting to create alliances in this Indian Ocean region. And apart from that, they created a Quad. And they have created another alliance with Israel and all that. And we are talking about politics and the US withdrawing from Afghanistan. I don't know whether it was a miscalculation by them. So suddenly that Middle East region, it has become very volatile now with Afghanistan. We see after the Afghanistan had come, the terrorist activities, which was very much subdued in a state like Kashmir, it started coming up again. And we are also hearing such incidents in Northeast. So the geopolitical have a big bearing on business. Then scenario planning. 20 years ago, what we used to do, we used to look at 3-4 variables and try to develop an econometric model. And if you plug these 3-4 variables for next 5-10 years, then you know what is the likely industry growth for next 5-10 years. So that was almost certain with plus or minus 10% in performance. But after 2008, what has happened? After the global financial crisis, you know, Europe, many companies saw their demand falling by 90%. After our government announced lockdown last March, you know, in the month of April and May, almost all the industrial activities were shut. 2 months complete. So in the scenario planning, what we are doing, I know that most of your companies, you have a plan A, B, C. So the plan A is under normal circumstance. Plan B is if things are going to be very, very optimistic. What is that the company should do? C is if situation turns out to be worse, what is that the company should do? So if you are able to predict, of course, to arrive at these three, you have today it is easy because of the computers. You can have 10, 12 scenarios and bring it down to these three scenarios. Why you should do scenario planning is that when you know that under these circumstances, this is the action plan to be taken, if you're planning it and being prepared for it. So it will not be costly for implementation. Whereas if you are taken by surprise and shock, then you have to react. That decision will be very costly. Then shortening planning cycle, what we found, February, Indian government to finalize the budget last year. So most of the large companies in India, they were ready with their budget for 2021-22 by March 15th. Whereas the government announced the lockdown only on March 21st, if I am not mistaken. So whatever plans you made for the whole year, it went for a toss. So companies which used to work on a quarterly budget and annual budget, they started looking at, in fact, they are looking at daily announcement by government on which sector will open up. They started monitoring daily count of this COVID. They started counting what is happening to this COVID situation, what is happening to transportation. So your planning cycle, which used to be 5 years and 1 year and all, were shortened to 1 month and 1 week and 1 day. So the planning cycle actually after the pandemic people have to review at the end of every day to see that what is it they have to do next. So that is what has happened. These are some of the trends today. And if you see corporate level strategy, whenever we say corporate level strategy, it is mainly applicable for companies or groups which are in different businesses. And there are 120 major industrial categories in India. Out of the 120 major industrial categories, almost 40 categories, they have a growth rate of more than 10% per annum. Whereas if you go to US or Europe, you may find only 3 or 4 sectors will grow at more than 10% per annum. But in India, 40 sectors are growing at 10% per annum. So if somebody is looking at a growth as an option, growth as a strategy, then you have a wide array of choices of the sectors we enter. So in the corporate level strategy, you have to decide, and of course in marketing, all of you must have gone through while doing CA also. There's something called product life cycle. The product life cycle, every product has got a life cycle. It will go on, that the life comes to an end also. Except the commodities like your rice or wheat or oil, some of the essential commodities, we find that most of the other products, they have a life cycle. So the corporate level strategy, people always think about growth only. The corporate level strategies, we talk about five. We talk about 5 strategies in the corporate level. 1 minute. Huh? I'm in a conference. I'll call you back. So on the corporate level strategy, a company has to decide 5 things. What business to enter, what business to grow, and once they reach a maturity stage of the industry life cycle, what business to keep at the same level. Especially in a maturity level, a company will not require a lot of cash to support the business. Most of the time, a mature business will create a lot of cash. Then the product life cycle, you see the product goes on declining. And that is the time a company should start thinking about exiting the business. Finally, exit. So these are 5 strategies which actually corporates have to look at. So entry strategies, growth strategies, and how do you manage a mature and slow growing business? How to manage in a declining industry. One thing which India people don't do is that they don't exit a business which is become unattractive. So they say, I started this business first. I made all my money in this business. From there only I grew to other businesses. So they have emotional attachment. They say they don't want to get out even though it is making a loss. So of course, that type of attitude slowly got changed after liberalization, as well as after they start employing this big management consultants. Portfolio management. The portfolio management, again, these 5 strategies I talked about. If you are in 10, 12 different businesses, the portfolio, these 5 strategies you have to adopt. At some point in time, you have to get out of the business which is not attractive. Then you have to get into business which is attractive. So that is called, this is not the stock portfolio management. Like stocks, you get into some stock, and once it reaches your target, you get out. So that can be short term or medium term. But when you talk about portfolio management in a company, it is with a long term perspective. So when you get into a business, at least you want to stay for a longer term. Then creation of corporate center. So if you are going to have 8, 9 different companies, and And there is a need for a concept called corporate center. Corporate center is where they are not involved in daily company operations, but they are able to independently look at each company, its prospects, its performance, its future prospects. Yeah. So that is where you have the largest corporate center in India is being owned by Aditya Birla Group. I think they have more than 600 people and 17, 18 departments. Maybe the smallest may be Tata Group for 100 companies they have. They have only Tata Services and I think Tata Sons. Maybe 20 people, but of course, they take help from Tata Management Training Center. They help. They have a consulting division. Tata, I'm forgetting the name. So they have a consulting division. 100 people are working. Then Tata Management Training Center they have. Then they take help from companies like TCS. So they don't have a big center. I'm sure I'm not aware about Lens Group. It's one group where, in fact, if you see every group, they have independent companies for independent business. One unique feature of Reliance is that most of the businesses are under one single umbrella of Reliance Industries. So that is very unique compared to other groups. When it is an independent company, it is much easier to manage and fix the responsibilities. But when it is part of a very large company, then you have to manage it more like what is called a strategic business unit or an investment center or a division. So this role of corporate center is mainly, what is the role of a corporate center? Like I told you, those 5 strategies. So if you go and tell one of the managing directors of a group company, saying that we find that this business is not attractive, you want to get out, please prepare a plan for exit. I can tell you that that's not going to happen easily. Whereas when you have a corporate center, then with, of course, you will have departments like finance, chief finance officer, chief legal officer, chief of HR. So then they are able to do that on an independent basis. And they are able to bring a kind of objective outlook. In fact, the role of a corporate center is to be very objective in whatever they are doing. And they have to use a lot of logic and rationale. And of course, they are supposed to guide, monitor and control the group companies. So this corporate center is very much required in companies. So one more thing. Yeah, you have some question?
Just a minute. Sorry to interrupt. There is one more presence of a candidate of Central Council, and let me have her views also. Archana Yadav is on the panel, and linking to your same points. Rather, Archana madam, can you hear me? Hello.
Ji sir, I'm able to hear you.
Yeah,
Archana, you are a board member of infrastructure company, JK Infrastructure Projects, right?
Yes, sir.
And also on the boards of a few others. You can also look at it, from the angle of strategy and learn from it and communicate to other board members with you and other professionals you are interacting with. Yeah, some thoughts you can share on corporate strategy as a member of the board?
Definitely, sir. I was listening to Mr. Kannan, and corporate strategies do play a very pivotal role in running the business and the operations of the company. At the same time, right now we see pandemic is there, and day before yesterday there is a news of the new Delta variant coming into picture, and that is more than 500 times more infectious than the previous variant. Now these corporate strategies as such has to be so aligned and so proactive, so that they can plan for the next at least 1.5 years in a sync with the developments that is happening across the globe. So we as a board members do keep a constant view on the various happenings, and at the same time how the technology and other things can help us. So possibly as a board member, we have lot of research that we do keep on doing at the back end, and the information and the dashboards that keep on circulated with the team members who play a pivotal role in the decision making, so that all the decisions that come up actually have a proper impact on the company and its functioning. And that's the reason even in the ICAI we think that we should have a proper team which keeps on looking at the various patterns that are moving across the globe and across India, and possibly a dashboard or a sample a similar information that not only goes to the council members at the central level but also at the regional level and the branch level, wherein the members are sensitized time to time basis as to what developments are happening, and at the same time they are also able to plan their career, their business, their clientele, their customers, and leverage the information to the better opportunities. So that's the reason I think that's the reason we have to be very clear on the corporate strategies and the people who form the part of the corporate strategy making team.
Yeah, Archana madam rightly said on the corporate strategy, but see, along with that, ICAI is also an institution. Rather, there is a need of corporate strategy also to take the profession to the new levels. So in this global financial crisis post-COVID, what do you see the role of a chartered accountant? What do you see the role of an institution as an ICAI as an institution? Can you just throw some highlights on this?
Definitely, sir. We have given a lot of thought about it. And being a chartered accountants, we have this habit of, looking at every aspect from not only from the, as perspective of our careers or, our practicing avenues, but also how is it going to impact the customers at a larger level. And global financial crisis, if you look at the Japan and the other countries, they already have a negative interest system, but still India is still in a positive setup right now. But last 2.5 years, global crisis is also because of the pandemic. Most of the business are under lockdown, and still hospitality sector is not able to pick up. And again, we have a new variant coming up. So this threat and this uncertainty. See, we chartered accountants are one who look at the data, who plot the data, who can actually gain the information, able to conclude on the decisions based on the data, right? So if you look at the global financial crisis, if you pull the data for last 3.5 years, possibly that will help us to, realize as to what way we are going. And as a chartered accountant, we can be more, adding a value research to the entire, crisis that is happening, and how the money is moving and how the finance is moving from which country or which developed sector to another sector, or to the industry sector to another sector or customer segment, the movement, and how the money is also getting parked. So if FIIs are investing in India, whether they are also investing parallelly into any other country, and chartered accountants have a very unique way of pointing the logical analysis of every data. So we can play a very pivotal role in informing the customers, not only from the perspective of investment, but also as a business segments where they need to invest, whether they need to invest in the capex or they need to invest in the operations, or they can go for a new business vertical, or in that particular way. And again, if you look at the financial crisis, bankers are also struggling, investment opportunities are also struggling. So we can play a very good role having an organized information and a setup which keeps on the country and the customers updated from time to time. So if you look at today's news clip which is getting circulated, wherein Mr. Kumar Mangalam Badla has said that the next decade will be about capex. The capex will drive the entire business setup for the next 1 decade. So we can analyze how the capex is, becoming part of the entire, because most of the manufacturing companies are going to come into India, and possibly there will be a lot of investment happening into the capex system, which can be machines, boilers, assets getting set up, manufacturing setup, which will require a huge amount. So the finance can be, used, leveraged over there. Financial leasing opportunities are there. So all those can be taken care of, and information can be shared. And coming to the institute level, as a chartered accountants institute, and going to the council, we can have information in a way wherein you can, industry sector or a particular vertical can, maybe NBFCs, maybe stockbroking companies, they can actually depend on our value research data. And chartered accountants and council members, can have a team of maybe 500 chartered accountants who can daily basis, evaluate, critically analyze, provide this data to the entire industry. They can go back and, take a decision from there, make an investment, make a capex, knowledge. So as an ICAI, we can help the government also to policy framing, looking at the entire data, and also, how to leverage for the next 5 years on the financial crisis as an India or as a, global, now we will be a developing economy. We are reaching the 5th, economy right now, developing economy right now. So possibly we can, help the government also to put their, facts properly, and to the world also as to how we have become more than, one of the richest economy possibly in the next 5 years. So this
that's a very, very valid point you raised. But along with that, see, along with the finance, there is one more importance gaining, that is the technology. This is playing a very vital role. Now, see, the role of technology is changing in every sector. And what is your perspective about the change of this technology, role of technology in the changing the CA profession as such? Because somewhere it has been felt it is a threat created for the traditional practice, or it is something like that. So can you, as a candidate for Central Council, can you just throw light on this role of technology and role of CAs?
Sir, let's understand technology is here to stay. So we will have to be very, very clear in our thoughts. Second thing is, if you look at 1970s, when there was machine revolution that was happening, people were skeptical of losing the jobs. Then there were computers, then people were skeptical of losing the jobs. Now today it is a digitization, and again people are skeptical of losing the jobs. Technology is going to stay here, and believe me, technology is one of the most cheapest resource that we can avail. Technology not only gives you information which is more comprehensive, more accurate, more reliable, and more accessible at any point of time. So technology as such is here to help us. Without getting threatened by the technology, let us look at how we can use this technology and how we can play, not play, but, put it in a right perspective to the customers, to the ICAI, and to the, the new generation. So today, if I'm talking to you and talking to the entire forum right now, it is because of the technology. So when the pandemic started, we were not able to meet each other. And that's the reason when technology came into play, the Zoom system was available. We were able to talk to each other, and my business was able to continue. My business setup was able to move, and people were able to work from home with the servers available, with the technology available. No business setup which was into service sector was able to, face much challenge as compared to the previous times, the time when the technology was not available. So technology is here to stay, and believe me, the technology is such a leverage that today I can go to Mars, today I can go to moon with the help of technology. I may have money, I may have power, but if I don't have a technology, possibly I cannot reach those levels. Technology is here to help me. It will elevate me in my platform. Second thing is, technology is accessible at any point of time. So sitting in Mumbai, I can read a data which is available on a server in Delhi, and I can anytime download the data, upload the data, share with anyone on a real-time basis. So this is what is looking forward. Let us not get threatened by technology. Let's understand technology is my alternate resource available at every point of time. India has geared to go to 5G now. And this will help us. You look at the MIS system now. We chartered accountants work on dashboards, MIS. There was a time when we used to manually prepare this data, present it into, PPT. But today, one single link, pull the data, and the dashboard gets generated automatically. You don't need to put the data manually. Oversight errors, data entry errors, most of them have been mitigated. All you need to know is that the team which is working at the back end of the technology, whether it's a software engineer or the developer or the people who are designing the system or who are the brain behind the system, should be pro-efficient, realize the potential of the system, and also look at the vision and the thought for which the system is getting developed. And possibly that will actually bring us to a level wherein we can match the US, UK, or Australia in the development systems. That's my thought on technology.
Archana madam, very rightly said, and it's a very positive perspective. Just to add one more point, technology has its own cost. Rather, though it is in a longer term, it will be cheap, very economical, but initially it has its own cost to be deployed. So from the perspective of small medium practitioner, which is more than 75% or 80% of the entire practicing chartered accountants fraternity, How and what will be you as a candidate of CCM will be the role to make them upgraded to the level of technology that has been required today to practice this profession, because we are globally connected now. Global balance sheets have to be studied. So SMPs may not be having that. There is a competition between big fours or big firms and these SMPs who are been feeling the technology threat because they are not upgraded. So what way you will take them to the required level? Just your thoughts on this.
So, sir, let's understand that this is a fight between the MSME and the big people, right? So this resources, again, cost is very, critical factor for me as an MSME. I also belong to an MSME sector, and I also come from a humble background where everything that you want in your life has to be something which we have to sacrifice, and you take the other thing. So technology definitely, is need of the hour. So we as an MSME cannot deny the importance of it. But let's understand that technology is one thing wherein we can, actually become more visible. Now, if you look at the ICAI Council, and recently also I will give you an example. There was one software of some GST, and the ICAI had a tie-up with that particular company. I don't want to name the company here. And for, few thousand rupees, as low as 2,000 rupees, we were able to get through that system, and we were able to use it. That was a more, software which was more having more data reports, more downloadable data compared to the previous systems which are, giving us a lot of resistance. So as an ICAI, we can have a concept of shared resources, concept of shared systems. We can have low cost, high volume transactions of the software. So if today, as an ICAI, if a chartered accountant is doing an audit of a transfer pricing, or he's making a report for a transfer pricing, today also if he wants to purchase a software which will give him the comparables for that particular industry sector, the software is a huge as a cost. But as an ICAI, I can tie up with this software guys, and I can always tell them, you see, we have more than 40,000 firms which can use your software, which will not only give them a volume, but at the same time, it will come from a, entity which is a government body, which is an institute, by the Constitution of India. And possibly they will also be geared to get this type of market setup, which ICAI has been doing also, but we will take it to second level, wherein, if possible, ICAI also has a proper IT technological setup, a team which is, headed by a CTO, Chief Technology Officer, who comes day in, day out with the new technology systems, and also leveraging with ICAI resources and platforms. And the SMEs or the MSMEs can directly tie up with ICAI, take the benefit of those resources. I will give you a simple example. I have a branch nearby my location, which is by ICAI. Now there are multiple softwares that we use. We may be using for income tax, we may be using for GST, for MCA, for any other, ancillary work. But this software, if I start buying myself, it may get into lakhs of rupees, and possibly I don't need it for more than 1 or 2 items. Now ICAI in its own branch can set up these resources, help me with the proper login ID. I can use that login ID, allow me a proper space. I can log in, use the service, the software to my login ID, and possibly use the software, do my job, and pay a small amount, which is affordable for me, effective for me, accessible for me. And ICAI can actually, bring a level play for me vis-a-vis, big firms. And then I can, do my job pro-efficiently to my client, instead of asking him to go to another big firm and, get the services done because I can't afford a particular software. So second thing is, the ICAI can also, synergize most of the software, bringing into the ICAI platform, and, which are dedicated for chartered accountants, and, play a pivotal role in enhancing their quality as well. By bringing a team of experts, we can give feedback to the government for their IT portals, GST portals, everywhere, along with this software setup, which is leveraging the information getting shared between the government portals and my portals. and synchronizing the information and the systems so that I don't have EM signer for GST, EM bridge for the income tax portal. So syncing of a technology can help us. So I think that's the we can play a very dynamic role in the ICAI.
Yeah, that's very, very nice of you. That's very fantastic view. But one just last question from my side. There is a talk about the data analytics in the earlier session also. And if you keep a more reliance on data analytics, probably the importance of audit may get done away. Is the feeling among the professionals. So do you feel something like that? What is your thought process about the data analysis and the role of traditional audit? What way it is having any connectivity of a threat, or maybe what way it can go? Your views on this?
Sir, we are chartered accountants and we know the value of data that we have. Evidence, we come from Evidence Act, right? So basically every data is, a comfort for me that it is available. Now, if you come to analysis of the data analysis, whether it is a small MSME, even a Kirana Dukan, it is a data for me. And we have been analyzing it from time to time. Maybe we have not been able to use it to the second level of leverage, but data analysis is part of our audit domain. You take a data, you analyze, then you look at the loopholes, you look at the internal control gaps, and then you think about it as to how these internal control gaps are leading to revenue leakage to the companies. And that's what the auditor's job is. That's where the value proposition exists. So data analysis is part of my core job as an auditor. Maybe technology has taken over the data analysis. Reason is because the volume has grown. So a person, even are doing a salary job. First, his passbook used to be having only 12 entries of salary. Now his passbook is having even 20 rupees Paytm chai entry. The person is comfortable paying that Zomato, Swiggy, all those companies, and this passbook goes into multiple pages. Now, if I go and try to do one entry, it will not only take your time and my time, but also oversight error, data entry errors, total tally, acknowledge. It's better to pull the data into particular Excel, make an data which is more able to analyze, take a information, conclude from it, and then tell him, okay, sir, your expenses on your durables is more than your expenses on the investment. You need more PPF, you need more ATC, you need more investment in your property. Your interest income is more as compared to the rest of the
Dushyant and Mr. Kannan, you have a board level experience. What are your expectations from a board member like Archana and her willing contribution to the profession? Because many board members are not willing to contest elections at all, and they are not willing to contribute. Dushyant, first to you, and then Mr. Kannan. Dushyant, you are a veteran, huh? Your expectations from a board member like Archana and her willing contribution, a tough battle for her, tough battle even to be known or visible. Yes, your question to Archana. Dushyant and Mr. Kannan.
Yeah, see, the thing is, I was hearing Archana saying all this, about technology and about finance, CA role and all. But I think it's more of ambition rather than the reality. The thing is that, if we really introspect in our role, most of the time CAs are spending time on compliance, like audit, GST, income tax and all that. Where is the time and understanding of, what is the strategy and how the strategy is playing out? We talk about so many data and all, data crunching and data analysis, but is it really happening? She talked about, institute having 500 CA and all. Is it in progress? Is it in WIP? Or is simply talk? We are not interested in simply talk, because board level situations, the strategies don't change every day. The strategies are for long term. If you have started a plant, you operated a plant, suppose demand is not there, you have to work on, increasing the demand. You cannot stop the production. You have to, the thing is, the challenges are not that easy just to, talk about it like that. Each industry has a different, dimension. So coming out of these board compulsion, see, like a couple of years, there was a, the economy was more or less as a standstill. So there was a demand crunch and there was a cash flow problem. People's cash flow had stopped. Now, no strategy can help you improve cash flow. The economy is down. Now, when a strategy helps you to enter into a particular business, then you monitor your day-to-day operations monthly, weekly, and maybe quarterly basis, and you take corrective action. And then based on the the industry situation, the economic situation, you think of expansion or think of going into another business. These are all long-term decisions. It can't be changed every week or month basis. So the crisis situation has to be faced in a different footing, and the normal sales growth and normal business challenges are on different footing.
Thank you, Dushyant. Mr. Kannan, your thoughts and expectations from Archana and your word of guidance and wisdom to her. She is facing many challenges.
I have heard Ms. Archana. She has great ideas. I wish that she becomes a council member. And actually, the council should have 10 more Archanas.
Wow.
Then things will happen. Because what I heard.
Thank you, sir.
And you all said that chartered accountants don't know strategy, IT, and all. That is not true. Maybe some of you are humble, or some of you are so humble to say that. And she eloquently explained what is strategy. She eloquently explained what is digitization, how it is helping. And I can tell you now, SEBI is mandating that the board should focus on strategy, risk management, and cyber and governance. Now they are talking about ESG also. So now it has become a board mandate. And I can tell you, after this pandemic set in, Mr. Dushyant said that people are not able to reject their cash flow and all. Actually, they are able to do it. Yeah. So it was all not done by some chief strategy officer or someone. It was all done by chartered accountants who are in the company, who are the CFOs. So they have played a major role. Like they have the access to the data, the most reliable data which no one else has in the company. So the advantage starts with the data access. And of course, now, unlike some of you are saying that CAs are only doing accounts, I don't agree. That maybe 5 or 10% of people who are just doing work for some personal income tax purpose. But whoever is doing on corporate, if you are doing corporate tax audit and all, I am sure, and also you have program for training where you give some credit to your members. So I would like to really appreciate the efforts taken by the council. And I could, from whatever I heard from Ms. Archana, actually she should be there in the council. And I wish, like her, some 4, 5, 10 others form part of the council. And as Mr. Dushyant said, some of these ideas are very, very difficult to implement. So just one person saying that you are not going to implement. So if there are 4 or 5 people with the same wavelength and they come together and say that these things can be done, then we call it strategy implementation. It will be much, much easier to implement. So that is my view. And again, if you talk about strategy and all, now it has become a board agenda. I can tell you, almost all central public sector units, they have a corporate planning department. All. But if you go to private sector, I don't know, SEBI defines turnover, asset criteria and all. So not all publicly listed private companies, they have a corporate planning department. But whichever company comes under that, they are supposed to develop a strategy. It has to be reviewed by the board and the board approves it. And of course, the owner of if there is a chief strategy officer, is the owner. Otherwise, most of the time, it is under chief finance officer. And one more thing I can tell you, many of the finance departments in India, they started employing.
Atul Gandhi is raising hand. Atul Gandhi is from CFO Forum. Atul, some thoughts from you?
Hello.
Then we'll come to Mr. Kannan again and lots from Archana. Yeah.
Yeah, hello. I just would like to make a few points. Very first point is regarding the our ensuing election. It's good that we are talking to Ms. Archana as well as Dr. Rajkumar also in the past and other members.
Sunil
But
also
as
came.
aspiring candidates, what I would like to put forward is in case once the member, whoever gets elected, I think we should have again one meeting with the immediately elected members to voice our thoughts once again. That will be more powerful and point number one. Point number two, I listened to Ms. Archana's view on the technology and all the things. One thing is actually what she is saying is regarding the crowdfunding as well as the sharing the cloud computing, and all the resources can be collected by the institute and then share it to the members. One more thing what is required is as there is a huge gap between the members' technology education and the actual availability and the space with which the technology is going ahead, which is required. So if we can bridge that gap by having some education or some the initiative taken by the institute, that could be of great help.
I would like to just acknowledge Atul has been a part of CFO CA forum and rich experience with the company with the topmost market cap in India and among the top 100 globally, and among the fastest growing company which is mobilized huge FDI. Another point, CFO, CA forum, another candidate with rich experience. Dhiraj Khandelwal has done an immense job. Atul, you can share about the work Dhiraj has been doing quietly for CFO forum, and he encourages also youngsters like Archana who can support. So see, we have a much better president we have had than we have had in the last few years. Atul, your thoughts on the CFO forum? Wonderful work being done by the council member, and who is doing a lot of good work on MSME startups also, and always transparent, always willing to interact.
Yeah, Dhiraj is also very open with these things with the CFO forum. And luckily, what we are having the CFO members are, we are restricting this group only for professional knowledge sharing. It has been conducted very well, bearing few pluses and minuses, but then it is conducted very well. We are getting updates on the issue in the various type of the update in the commercial market. I think Dhiraj has done a very good step of creating this CFO forum. And I wish him good luck for this ensuing elections.
Yes. And one thing to mention, Archana was one of the few candidates, 7 candidates only called by some Surat GST CA forum, and she was not even allowed to put her video on, was not even allowed to interact with a single participant. And the Surat, there is a big article in Gujarati, over 5,000 CAs in Gujarat. Just a small part, and it is expanding. They have given a boycott election call, and they want to make it a massive satyagraha on because of the way West Zone particularly has handled the GST issue. And Archana is also fighting a grim battle by a Kothari in West Zone. They are not even willing to call her as a speaker to address young chartered accountant and compliance when she has experience at board level. They are not calling us a speaker. There is Archana, you can share about informal Kothari also, particularly in West Zone, in the current office bearers, how they are behaving. With a woman like you, who are a part of Wonder Woman with Wisdom series on a global platform at board level, interacting with the topmost CXOs, with topmost companies, Reliance, Lupin, Hinduja, ICAI, TCS, UB, CLSA, and many things. Archana, a frank word of advice and experience about informal Kothari and about this boycott election call, which is anti-democratic.
Sir, to be very precise, I tried to inquire about this boycott call. I called up few people from the Surat also, and the potential candidates also from Surat. What I realized
is behind it. Behind he is working on it. Maybe he won't get enough votes. There is infighting among candidates.
Sir, I will refrain from commenting on the political this one, because these things actually dilute the entire perspective, and my prior agenda is I need to reinstate my brand of my chartered accountants and the ICAI. So even if I'm speaking bad about them, they are finally chartered accountants, I would refrain, but I will just say that I have had a chat with them and they said the matter is already settled. The things are back to the normal. They
Settlements are taking place. What is exchanging hands? It's important. And this informal Kothari, which is against you for the last few years by the office bearers of the West Zone.
Sir, it is simple. The person who speaks, the person who speaks is actually avoided by the entire, the human psychology is to, avoid the people who speak truth and, avoid the people who actually bring the reality on the platform. But that's a human psychology, not getting into all those. Let the Kothari be, not be touched upon because we are already in the last leg of the elections. And I don't want to make any statement which may lead to controversy or create a defamation for my entire fraternity.
Don't be afraid. Won't be afraid.
I am not
a woman's voice can be stronger. A woman can take care of the whole family of all global community members, citizens. Family is bigger and bigger, right? Kannan, what do you say?
Yeah, Manoj, I always been interacting with the Archana also on various issues, but I have always found her very positive, talking about the profession and taking the profession to new heights. Rather, she has always been away from all the controversies. Rather, she has done an excellent job of putting his own line ahead of others. And that is what his perspective, what I have understood. Rather, Archana, you can throw some light on your positive sides of your working ahead.
No, but I appreciate her stand, her approach right now, because what she said is perfectly, positive and only going to go forward helping. Because, anything you talk negative, see, the thing is, we are at a crossroad, the CA profession, the kind of importance which we should have, we are not getting. And, we don't know, we don't know our importance in the sense that how, the CA fraternity would not have been there. Where would have the government in GST collection? The whole GST compliance has been through with the CAs only. But then the CAs are still not appreciated. Similarly, in this crisis, last 1.5 years, these COVID crisis, industries and businesses were having a lot of challenges. So one of the most important work of finance professional in any company is to provide the timely and correct information. That is MIS. And we are the function. We are the we are a function. We are not on the line for function. We are a staff function. So the staff function, when you talk about cash flows, give information to the business management about the cash flow, about the profitability, about the costing and all that, about the receivables. So these are all the things which have really helped in this, pandemic. So the CA's role has really not much highlighted and which has really helped in these last 2 years, I would say. The only thing is that the CAs have to look beyond this and they have to participate in the strategy also. So Archana is on the right. Archana is on the right track. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much, sir. And believe me, we are the enablers in the society, sir. I will just give a simple example as to even if a client is trying to buy a jewelry or trying to buy a property, first thing he said is, I will talk to my chartered accountant and come back. So that's the level of comfort and confidence that we get from the society. As far as government is concerned or any other society member is concerned, we never work for acknowledgement and credit. We always work because it is our duty to provide the society with the right perspective and the right choice of, information. And thought is, sir, simple. And as Unmesh sir mentioned about it, sir, let's understand the world is, very different dynamics. If we start working with the thought process that everything has to be reciprocated and is reciprocated in a right way, possibly we are expecting too much from the society. And second thing is, we are the people who will never be recognized, because my thought is we never come in front and, we never make the our voice so level, maybe audible. We don't try to portray because neither we are allowed to advertise, neither we do the advertisement, neither we call for a credit from the society. All we want is that they should be happy, they should grow, their turnover grows, and at the same time,
voice felt be a transformer. Ensure advertisement takes place. You are on a level playing field with global professionals. Much more from you, Mr. Kannan. Much more on corporate strategy. Every company, every group. Mr. Kannan.
Yeah. So it was really a good interaction.
Heartfelt expressions by some of the
we wish Ms. Archana all the best for your
Thank you so much, sir.
candidature.
I need your blessings. I need the vote
Stay
and
back, stay
support.
back. We
No,
want
you
your
have
views on
the
corporate strategy.
ideas, you have the positiveness, you have everything going for you. Like you said, people generally they don't support people with ideas and good intentions. That is the reality of life. Because you know, I was a president of Mumbai Tamil Sangam for 3 years, where I could increase the level of activity by 10 times in 3 years. But people they don't like. So that's how it is. So, so coming to this strategy, I just want to cover only one aspect now. We discussed about corporate level strategy. I will not run through the slide, but it's a very long winding one. It will take 2-3 hours to cover. So we discussed about corporate level strategy. Within a corporate, they have different business units. And my only submission is that companies should be able to exit also from businesses. They should not stick to business where they don't make profits. And the second type of strategy is within each business, you can have 5 strategies within each business. For example, let us say car manufacturing. So car manufacturing, you take Tata Motors. So they are in 3 different segments. One is this 5 lakh, 6 lakh category. Then you have SUV category where 15-20 lakhs. Then they have a top category where you have this Jaguar Land Rover. So if you are going to have one product, you can adopt 5 strategies in that industry. One is called cost leadership. Cost leadership is a good example is Indigo Airlines and SpiceJet. So you compete in the industry only on cost, nothing else. Or you take Gadi detergent from UP, or many of these Chinese products which are not branded. They are not branded, but they are available at, I believe, something equivalent to Apple iPhone. You go to Lamington Road, maybe you are able to get a similar one at 4,000-5,000 rupees also.
And what about Geo?
Huh? No,
Geo.
So Geo is
totally
not
disrupted.
So Geo is not cost leadership. I'll come to that later. Geo is called integrated strategy. I'll come to that later. So Geo is not low cost. The low cost, you compete only on cost, nothing else. So you don't assure good service. You don't give freebies. You say I am the cheapest. If you want, you use me. So that is what low cost is. You compete only on cost. Then second is differentiation. You take any car model, i10, let us say. If you take i10, there are 5-6 variants. Whoever is buying i10, it is i10 only. But somebody who is buying the lowest version is 5 lakhs. Somebody who is buying the highest variation is 9.5 lakhs. So you are trying to, somebody wants a i10, but within that you want to segment the customer in 6-7 different ways. And if you are able to differentiate at the highest, you are able to get the maximum profit. The third is different, that is called differentiation. Yeah, that is differentiation. The third is called focused low cost. What is focused low cost? You don't give low cost to everyone. Anyone who is selling a product to defense store, you have to give a discount. Earlier, railways were giving a discount for people who are above 60 years old. And many states in India, they give a free ride. I think Delhi, if I'm not mistaken, free ride on the bus to the women. I think in Maharashtra also it is there. Maharashtra, the local buses, or I don't know, MSRTC also. The women, they can travel free in the MSRTC bus, or that BESC bus, I think so. So you choose a segment and say only to them, I lower the cost. So most of the time when students go and buy, we find from stores also, even if you want to go and take a Xerox, they say they say you show the ID card, we will give you a discount. Yeah. So that is called focus low cost. Finally, you have next one is focus differentiation. That is your Rolex watches, BMW car. You choose a segment and only to them you offer this product. Final, like Mr. Dushyant Shah was asking, you give a product which is very good, but at a reasonable price. This is called integrated strategy. It is called value for money strategy. So the value for money strategy, what you do is that generally, if there are players who give this value for money strategy, they will be number one in industry in terms of volume. They will be number one in terms of profit. So you take four-wheelers, Maruti. Maruti is a value for money car. So their market share is 50%. So you look at Hero Motors, value for money bikes. So they are number one in the segment, their profit is the highest. So if you, whenever, or Jio, what Jio is doing, they are giving you very high level of data at a very reasonable price. And now, of course, they are coming up with a new phone also. In collaboration with Google, they have developed. That is a very good phone, but they are offering at a price which is very, very not very high. So this is a strategy a company like IKEA follows. IKEA of the world, Maruti, Amul, and of course Amul profit is not high. Amul's overall objective is different. So a company within a business, they can adopt these 5 strategies. Earlier, what used to happen, a company used to be only in one segment. But now in today's context, if you look at Indian population, marketeers are dividing them into 12 income categories, starting from people below poverty line to the high net worth, ultra high net worth, and super rich. So what we are seeing is that people are moving from one segment to other segment on a continuous basis. So if you want to keep one customer, a lifetime customer for you, then a company has to offer products in all these price segments. That is what we are seeing in the case of Unilever, where they have a wheel detergent, then they have a rinse detergent. They have a Lifebuoy soap, and they have a Lux soap. Similarly, you look at Tata Motors, they have 5 lakh car, they have a 15 lakh SUV, then they have a 40 lakh car. So you try to be in a whole range, or you look at biscuit manufacturers today. So they start from something equivalent to Parle-G. Then they have biscuits also, which cost 100 grams, very costly one. Or Amul, you see, Amul also, earlier they used to sell chocolates at a cheap rate, and today they have wide variety. So now people are trying to be in all segments so that they don't miss out any customer. So this is called business level strategy. And of course, the last one is on business model. The business model is, today people are talking about changing a business model. In fact, in my blog, I have written 7-8 years ago, the banks are going to have competition from mobile. At that time, UPI was not there. So mobile companies can become banks. Now we know we have payment banks. Some of the mobile companies have these payment banks. So what is happening today? There is a convergence happening. What is convergence? 20 years ago, we used to talk about a concept called telecom, media, and technology. It's called TMT. So now we really see a convergence. So what we are seeing in the telecom, you are using a mobile phone. There you can see media. Yeah, all the channels are available. Yeah, so we are using a lot of technology there. How many software? So now there is a real convergence of telecom, media, and technology, which is making boundaries of industries going away. So today, the boundary between taking a cinema and running a app like Amazon Prime, all that is going away. So which means industries are converging. So in a converged scenario, what should be your business model? Why a company like Paytm, people are very suspicious. The reason is that their main business model is based on UPI, and whoever is doing UPI, of course, their latest quarterly results have come where they are saying income from non-UPI business is higher this time. So they said that UPI is not a profitable business, and they are the largest number of merchants on the platform in India. They have the largest number of users on the platform. Still, there are doubts. Means the business model. What is the business model? Their main revenue comes mainly from using UPI, which is not going to be profitable. So unless they find a ways and means by which you are able to convert these customers into buying stocks, buying mutual funds, buying insurance products. Yeah, how you are going to cross-sell the products on this platform, that will determine the success. And so far, there is no visibility. That is why there were doubts in the minds of people. So one of the things when you talk about strategy today is that there is a model called 5 forces model, whereby you look at your supplier, your product substitute, you look at your buyer, you look at your competition. Then based on that, you have to decide whether the business model you have today is good or not. I'm really happy. Last week, RBI mentioned that they are closely watching the business models of financial companies in India, what they are doing and how they are doing it. So I'm happy that the regulators have started looking at a business model of a company. So, if you talk about strategy, there are, as I would like to summarize. You have one corporate level strategy when you have different businesses. Then within each business, what is that strategy? So corporate level strategy, 5 strategies I told you. The business to get in, grow, mature, maintain at the same level, reduce and exit. 5 strategies. Similarly, if you talk about the business level strategy, 5 strategies: low cost leadership, differentiation, focus low cost, focus differentiation, and finally it is called integrated strategy. Then today, if you want to survive on a long-term basis, you require a robust business model. So business model has got 3 aspects. One is this: what is this consumer value proposition you are going to give to the customer? Then second is that what are your revenue streams? Third is what are your cost elements? So if you are operating an airline, you should target at least 15% of the revenue has to come from other services. Only 85% from airlines. Remaining 15 has to come from others. Or you look at a business paper, a newspaper. For a newspaper, more than 60% of revenue comes from advertisements. Only 40% comes from subscription, as well as only subscription. So like that, we will find in many cases, actually, people make more money in ancillary activities than in the main core activity. I will give you a simple example. HP, when they sell a printer, the margin on the printer is very low, but when they sell the cartridge, margin is very high. So when a Maruti sells a car, the margin on Maruti car is low, but when they sell the component, the margin is very high. So this is a business model. This is all what I wanted to share with you all. And I'll be very happy to answer any question on not only what I covered, any other issues on strategy. If you have any questions, I'll be very happy to answer. Thank you, Mr.
Archana, excellent insights, Mr. Kannan. Archana, your ability to listen rather than only speak. Your thoughts on the various strategies which we have discussed.
I think she's not there.
Archana, you are there?
No.
It is very important for them to be there and contribute. It is not only just the promoter themselves, but yeah. Dushyant?
Maybe you would be able to add some points.
Yeah, certainly. There are many points.
Yeah.
Dushyant?
Yeah, I think
your thoughts on various strategies corporates can have for the
Kannan
India
has
growth story.
covered these the gamut of the strategy implementation quite well. Because I have implemented balance scorecard for in the company for at least 8 to 10 years, and the strategy formulation takes a hell lot of a time, because it's not easy thing, because you need to look at what the customers want, what is your demand, and supply situation, industry, how many players are there, and which particular segment you want to attack or enter, and things like that. I think he has by and large covered very well. So the thing is, but my experience says, it's more easier when we listen rather than when we implement, isn't it, Kannan?
Yeah, I want to touch upon it. See, success of a strategy, 90% depends on strategy implementation. I want to cover that part. In the strategy, see, we make beautiful plans. Like Mr. Dushyant Shah was saying, today the concept is that all these companies adopt what is called a balanced scorecard. So in the balanced scorecard, what happens is at the CEO level, on 4 perspectives, you have 13 to 14 ratios, which is being given as a target to him. So there are weightages. So total weightage is 100. Out of the 100, each parameter will have weightage. For example, return on investment will have a weightage of let us say 15%. On market share, let us say you set a market share of 20%. So if you achieve 20%, the weightage will be 10%. So like that, you have a balanced scorecard of 100 points. So you set a target at the CEO level. What Mr. Shah said, how do you implement today? This business balance scorecard is being used as a strategy planning tool. It is being used as a strategy implementation tool. It is being used as a performance appraisal tool. And it is being used as a incentivization tool. So this is being used for 4 purposes. How it makes a strategy implementation simple, I'll tell you. So you give 14 parameters for CEO. Then it is broken down into director, head of marketing, head of finance. So they also have, they will have all 4 perspectives. What are the 4 perspectives people have? One is the most important is customer, whether customer is happy. Customer perspective will be there. Then financial perspective, how well you are doing as a company. Third is operations perspective, how well you are running your operation. Fourth is learning and research and development, that perspective. So all are given importance. So this concept actually came in 1990s. I was the first one to discuss this concept in India. This was brought by a Harvard professor. And why they brought this concept was, those days, CEOs in the US were being rewarded based on return on investment and share price, only 2 aspects. Whereas if you look at the return on investment and profit, they only tell you what has happened in the past and as a result of which you have a profit. But it does not tell you whether he has prepared the company for a long-term survival for the future. So if you want to talk about long-term survival for the future, which means that you should have higher market share. You have to introduce products at regular intervals, so that we talked about product life cycle. You have products at all parts of the life cycle. Then whether you are training your employees, it's very, very important. So only by training employees, you are reskilling them and keeping them up to date and face the present challenges. So this balance scorecard said that you should not evaluate a CEO based on only 2 parameters. You have to look at the total perspective, whether you are making the customer happy, whether you have developed a very robust operation within a company. Then you have to see that finally, are you making a profit? So they brought all that together. So generally this balance scorecard, maybe after I speak, Mr. Shah can give on a case study. It is taken up to the level of a manager. Even managers have a balance scorecard. So it has aspects like what is that you want to measure? Then what is the target for that? You don't stop with that. you also identify to achieve the target, what is that you will do. For example, I tell you, you want to increase the profit by 20%. 20%. Everything has to be number, balance scorecard. Everything has to be number. So this year, my profit was 100 crores. Next year, it should be 120 crores. Then what you do? The 20 crores, how it will come? You will say 5 crores from introduction of new product, 5 crores from increasing the price of the existing products. Then 5 crores will come from going to new territories, and 5 crores going to new customers. Like that, you can do that. Then to achieve that, what is that someone has to do? If you're talking about new customer, marketing has to go to more people. And if you talk about new product, R&D has to accelerate their process of R&D. So like that, you have a very clear strategies also. So you have a measure, you have a target, then you have action plan to achieve that. So when you prepare this balance scorecard like this, then everybody is going to be measured on the 100 marks which they are given, the targets which they are given. So at the end of the year, they themselves will be able to find out whether they have scored 70, 80, 110, 120 or 140. So they will be able to score. Of course, HR department will say we want to create a normal curve and all. That is a different aspect. So this makes the implementation simpler. So when you talk about strategy implementation, what all a company needs to do, developing a strategy is not important. After developing the strategy, then you may have to create new departments. For example, when Reliance entered in 2005, retailing in India, no FMCG company had a department for organized retail. So then they created a marketing department for organized retail. So when this e-commerce started picking up, all the FMCG companies created a department for e-commerce. Now this pandemic has come, most of them have created a department for digital direct to customer. So you may have to change the organization structure. Or you look at L&T 15 years ago, 65 profit centers are directly reporting to the chairman, Mr. Nayak. Then McKinsey came and did a study, or BCG. Then they said 65 people reporting to one person is too much. So they brought what is called 9 strategic business units. So you change the organization, you change the reporting systems, you change the IT systems. So all these forms part of strategy implementation. And the best way of implementing strategy is like what Mr. Shah was saying, if you are able to create a balanced scorecard system, then that is the powerful way of communicating to people what is expected of them and what is it they should do. That's where I would like to stop. Maybe Mr. Shah would like to elaborate further.
Yeah, no, you have really given the what you call summary of the whole process. The thing is, the balance scorecard basically believes in one thing: what is measured is managed. Suppose I say I want to make good profit, but then what is good you have to define. I want to have more sales. All these things are motherhood statements, but it doesn't help you at all. So what balance scorecard does is that whatever is the intent of the business has to be brought down into some kind of a number, some kind of activities, some kind of measures, targets. Okay. So you need to say like want to grow. You want to become, say like Maruti might have say scorecard saying, I will maintain the leadership, market share leadership in the Indian, say, automobile market. Now, how will they do it? So they need to work out, they have to go into what are the factors which will be helping them. Suppose they may say introduce new models. Suppose they say introduce new features in existing models. Then they would say keep the cost leadership. All these, factors, activities, they will have to, drill down. And then they will have to give responsibility for each of these activities to the various groups or, whatever officials.
Person also.
Yeah. Teams or whatever you call it. So in HPCL, what we did was that we had a corporate scorecard. Now, corporate scorecard will have a totality of the companies. Now, company had 7-8 SBUs. So in turn, what each SBU will contribute to the corporate scorecard. So it is drilled down into 7 cards, 7-8 SBU cards. Of course, we made for functions also. We made cards for finance. We made cards for IT, HR. For all, we made the cards because they are the supporting internal. There are concept called internal customer. So, this was a new concept when we talked to the people and we told all functions like HR, finance and IT that all other user departments are your customer. So you need to take care of them. And then there were service level agreements between the 2 departments and things like that. So all that we did. And then the SPU head level card was further drilled down to all zonal levels. We have got East zone, West zone, North zone, South zone, how each zone will contribute. And then zonal down the line was drilled down further to the depot level because each zone has some 20-25 stock points, storage points, and they do the distribution to the all petrol pumps and all industries and things like that. So we went up to the depot level, as you said, manager level. So starting from say director, general manager, chief manager, and then you go up to the manager level who is commanding a team. And from that, you will have individual targets. So this is all the exercise, but all this is laborious work and requires a lot of thinking because whatever you decide, it should be achievable, it should be contributing to your strategy, and it should be measurable. Yeah, so all these challenges are always there when you design, devise a scorecard. Now the bigger challenge is how to measure it periodically. Okay.
So that is where, if you come to private sector, we have actually I have experience of introducing monthly reporting systems on the balance scorecard itself.
Yeah.
So it is not enough you have quarter and annual, monthly scorecard. And of course, it will be broken down further, but which we will not look at the corporate level. I told you Aditya Birla Group has got 600 people. So the 600 people actually they are divided into 10 business review committees. So they actually review every day. On their computer, they can see if somebody is monitoring Ultratech Cement. They have 36 factories. Somebody sitting in Aditya Birla headquarters, if he wants to know how many people came to work, what was the production in a factory, they have the execute information system by which they will be able to see.
Yeah. And as you said, after this scorecard is prepared, naturally the data won't flow from ERP system. There are a lot of customer data, there's a lot of competition data, lot of internal processes data, operations and internal processes. All this data is not captured in ERP. What ERP captures is only your internal production and accounting data. So you need to have a very good, robust IT tool sitting on ERP, and a lot of other data is to be captured from industry, magazines or, organizations and things like that, because you want to compare with the industry also. Suppose you have grown 5%, but industry has grown say 7%. Then you cannot be having kudos, yes, I have grown 5%. Then you have to analyze why I have grown less than industry. Why not more than industry? So I mean, a lot of data
that is all
challenges.
analytics. We do
a lot of analytics and data capturing challenges are there. And ultimately, once the system is stabilized, then you need to review it periodically, be it monthly or be it quarterly or as depends upon. So that's a real challenge, to do it month after month or, quarter after quarter. But then it is worth it. Why? Because if you are meeting your target, then okay, you are happy about it. The more important is if you are not met the target or you not met the particular aspect, then the analysis is required. And
that is where your management accounting comes, sir. Management accounting. You have a target, you have achievement, you have variance. You find out reasons for variance and take course correction.
And we will insist on the people giving data why the targets or they were not achieved, their analysis and comments. See, when you are matching is fine. When you are not matching is more important. Why? And that is where, I had a few meetings with Pune Telco. Because Telco at that point of time was considered to be much ahead in balance scorecard than any of the Indian organization. And they were in the Hall of Fame of this Dr. Kaplan and Norton, those who introduced the balance scorecard.
But they had 8,000 KPIs, huh?
Yeah. It's a lot of KPIs.
Had 8,000 key performance indicators.
No. But then
down to a level of
but then they are spread between various people, na? and they have got a weightage to the KPI. What is more difficult, less difficult, what is easy, and thing. It's a wonderful framework they had. So we also try to understand and do as what we wanted in our organization.
I will talk to you later.
On
Sure.
Kaplan and Norton balance scorecard. I remember I had addressed a conference on this in 2000 and still valid. And although there are much more strategies now, Six Sigma, competitive, and there are much newer strategies for this evolving business model, digital companies, where the bigger loss you make, as per financial reporting, the bigger potential to grow. Mr. Kannan, your thoughts on strategies for models, business models like Policy Bazaar, Paytm, Zomato, and their financial reporting numbers and metrics.
Manoj
Now I will grow strategy. Once again, Umesh will come later. Let's have a
I think Mr. Umesh wants
before we
to
have
talk.
Lalit comes in. Yeah.
I think Mr. Umesh wants to.
Shweta, candidate for regional council is Joy is already there and she is traveling, so she would just, we have to give some minutes to her.
Shweta, wonderful. Shweta understands strategy. She has always welcomed interactive forums on strategy. Ravi is a part of financial modeling strategy, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Shweta, are you there with your video on?
Mr. Manoj.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have to go for some other meeting.
Yeah. Mr. Kannan, you respond to this, and then Shweta, Wonder Woman with Wisdom series participant, she can articulate.
I will just take 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, Shweta, Mr. Kannan was waiting for you. Mr. Kannan has board level experience with top corporates, Hinduja Group, TCS, ICAI, many more.
So if you talk about traditional companies, we talk about 3 to 4 methods of valuation. Whereas if you talk about these new age companies, startups, there are 12 methods of valuation. Some of them are not traditional approach. So you can arrive at a valuation based on any of these 12 approaches. And as far as you are able to convince the investor that this, see, one thing I tell you, in all these startups, one basic assumption is that you are acquiring a customer today and you are going to keep this customer for another 20-30 years. So that is a basic premise. So this customer is going to be a customer for 20-30 years and they arrive at a customer value, net present value. And as I said, there are 12 methods of valuation. And of course, compared to traditional, what is less, what is more, I see even after this high-priced IPOs, we found the share price went still higher. So it is in the eyes of the investor whether they see value or not. For example, we say SoftBank coming and investing in all these startups. All the money they made in the beginning was investing in startups. So it is easy for them. They understand how the dynamic works. So they identify such companies and go and invest. And if you ask me, what is your view on the recently listed companies and their valuation? I am a value investor. So I have not applied to any of these IPOs, nor I have not purchased the shares after they were listed. So that's all what I wanted to say. So as I said, the value is in the eyes of the investor. So it is left to those investors. And if you ask me, those people who have lot of investments and they made large money through investments, they can take 3 or 5% of their portfolio to look at such investments where the risk levels are high. And I will not recommend investment by people who are investing for the first time. I will not recommend to people who are conservative to invest in such shares. That's all what I wanted to say.
Good insights, Archana and Shweta. Your words of appreciation for the ThinkTank 6P Awards for global and Indian companies and professionals contributing to India growth story. Archana,
believe
Shweta,
me.
are you there, both of you?
I'm there.
Yeah, a Think Tank 6P Awards, which is promoters, professionals, for profits, performance, planet, so many things included. The only awards which are done in interactive format. Each company knows it is not like the Crony Awards, some other professional institutes where people wonder who gets awards and which are done on wheeling-dealing basis. And Mr. Kannan is part of a jury. Your words of appreciation for the Think Tank CP Awards and the strategy. Lots of good work being done. Yeah, Archana
Yes.
and Shweta both.
Yeah, so I will just put it like this. Okay, sir, let's understand whenever the Think Tank words of wisdom is there, you always find a topic which is very unique and very, different from the regular webinars that is going on. So that also gives you a thought of key wherein the team is actually looking at the different perspective and, trying to expand the horizon that we have right now. Second thing is every person, every human being always looks forward for three things: acceptance, acknowledgement, and appreciation. A word, if it is coming in a very genuine and a very, in a reckoning way, then I'm sure the professionals will look forward for this award. And as you mentioned, Mr. Kannan is also part of the jury. We are so assured, if I will be more privileged if I'm getting this award, and I'm sure the other person who is, looking forward and being nominated will always be elevated, motivated to, perform more, look forward and, bring the more, recognition to the society and to himself. So I'm so happy that this particular thing is happening, and all my, gratitude to the congratulations to the team for making this happen and the thought process that is going into this. Lots of gratitude, sir. Thank you so much.
Rather, Archana, it's great to see you again on the same thing. And one point, let me just come out. Recently heard that there is a more number of women than men as far as the statistics are concerned. Recently, what statistics I heard about this thing. So probably the women are already, they are rather empowered. We did not want to do them any more empowerment. They are already empowered, but they are taking charge of such type of activities and the professions and such type globally things.
Yeah,
yes, we are proud of. We are proud of that.
Just join immediately.
Women has this, whenever we feel that. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Give me a second.
Archana is speaking now.
Yeah, give me a second. So basically, if you see whether it is Rani Lakshmi Bai or Ahilya Bai Holkar, or if you look at any other female, we have always taken over the battle, and we have been so involved and leading it from the front. We are never afraid of taking up the responsibilities, and when it comes to power, we have always justified the power, and we have contributed to the society and to the board also. I am already in a board for 2-3, and we have tried to put in more qualitative aspect, more informative systems and all. And if you look today and if you see Kalpana Morparia leading HSBC, if I'm right now, whether she's there in the board right now or not, but she was the one who was brought HSBC to a different level. And then we have SBI chairman who recently retired and part of Think Tank right now, the information technology system right now, Arundhati Bhattacharjee. So women, if given a chance, given an opportunity, and with with full vigor, full this thought process, we are always there. And believe me, 2015 when Manoj Fadnis was leading the ICAI as a president, I always asked him and the other council members as to why female is missing in the council. And today also, when I started my journey for nomination of the ICAI Council, my first question to the leading council was why females are missing in the council. And right now, I'm so happy to see that there are more than 3 female candidates from the Western region itself. Me, Drushti Desai and Priti Savla. And then Sri Priya is there from South. And then Kemisha Soni from, from the CIRC, and Pooja Bansal from the North. I'm still missing anyone from East India. But possibly once we start this, कहते हैं जब पगडंडी बन जाएगी तो रास्ता बन जाएगा तो मंजिल अपने आप आ जाएगी हाथ में. तो हमारी कोशिश रहेगी सर कि will be able to.
Rather, Archana, you are going to be the role model for the women in the ICA, and hope next year probably the woman will be the ICA head, president of
all
the
your
ICA.
blessings, sir. I don't get into the thought that I should be a president. My role is to come to a level wherein the United Nations and the IMF writes to ICAI to give the chartered accountants to them to help them into research for the world financial models. So that is my current ambition for the ICAI right now.
But along with you, we also have a Shweta over here. One more, just a minute, Manojji.
Archana, you mentioned about ThinkTank CP Award, your appreciation for it. Mr. Piyush Sajed also has joined. He is very, very active with the Central Council and Regional Council. Piyush, are you there with your video on?
Yes. Yes. I'm there, but I'm traveling, so my video may not be on.
Put on your video. I think people could see you earlier.
I am traveling. I'm in my car actually.
Okay, fantastic. Mr. Sajed, you are from the family of the most respected president of ICAI, right?
Right.
And interacting actively with ICAI and West Zone, and you know the challenges. And you also have a very good, clear, articulated agenda for SME and accounting standards. Please share your thoughts how you can take India and the Indian and the professionals and India to the on India growth story, so that we are #1 in the world, not only in economic growth but also in excellence and ethics and contribution. Professionals have a small role, but a very vital role to play.
Right. Thank you very much. I'm traveling, so my video may be little unstable. I'm in car actually. Thanks Manoj bhai for giving me this opportunity, and thanks to the team completely. You rightly mentioned, yes, I belong to Chhajan and Doshi, which was founded by Mr. Chhajed, who was the past president of our Institute of Chartered Accountants, and well known for ethics and integrity. And with the same vision that we should take it ahead. The purpose of basically contesting my central council is, obviously, there's a very strong vision on small and medium enterprises, that there is a gap between the SMPs on the one side and the large firms on the other side. And as you are aware that our 80% of the professional practitioners are still into a small or medium enterprise format. And if they are not upscaled, then it becomes difficult for the institute brand also. It is very important for their upscaling, I would say, so that the brand of the institute also gets uplifted to that extent. And therefore, I had shared my vision on SMPs very strongly also, that there should be a gap which is between the large practitioner firms on the one side and SMP on.
Is there some network issue?
Yeah. There is.
Umesh, can you get Shweta on? Shweta was there.
Yeah. He back. Yes. Piyush, go on.
Yes. So multiple accounting standards we have. We have AS. We have India as. Certain set of standards are not applicable to certain set of entities which are been audited by SMPs, and practically these SMPs never get an opportunity to do a work or to gain a technical expertise which generally a large corporate is required. So I believe there is a artificially unnecessary divide is been created between the professionals, and therefore I strongly believe that when a chartered accountant is a chartered accountant and his practical exposure and technical expertise are similar, it should be similar for all set of chartered accountants, whether it is coming from a small enterprise or a medium or a large corporate. And therefore it is a much needed that all this type of different type of standards which are applicable to different corporates, institute or the council or members per se should try to move wherein it can be the common set and it is applicable across the board. So my professional members, even if it's a small enterprise, let's take an example, he's applying those Indias and he's trained into India. So tomorrow if he wants to scale up and he wants to go for some better work, he already has those technical expertise. So that was my view on the SMPs for bridging the gap between the two entities. There are other views also that there can be many more areas wherein gap can be bridged, like whether a joint audit should be brought in. Obviously, there is already joint audit brought in certain regulated entities, whether it should be brought into the other entities, also other type of entities which are quite big in size. So whether that should be moved in. Third is whether there should be mandatory scale of audit fees, because audit and assurance mandatory scale is required at a particular point of time so that overall professional grows. And they are able to maintain the quality which is expected from the professional chartered accountant. So these are the three areas, one most important area on an SMP. There is also very other strong vision, which I was believing that the powers of the institute on the two important things. One is laying of auditing and assurance standards, and third, disciplinary mechanism is been diluted over a period of time. Last 3-4 years very specifically, and those powers are being taken over by some other bodies coming in. So as a member, being a member of the institute alma mater, which I respect very much, I'm sure the powers of institute should remain with every member will agree to that. I'm sure that my power should remain with my body, definitely. No other profession has been regulated by some outside parties or some third parties. It is always regulated by their own, like if you say IMA, Indian Medical Association, is regulating doctor's profession. So why should any member be allowing that? So we need to take some small steps or bold steps on this, and very strong from each member, from the council, the democratic leaders who would be elected over there. Whether I am elected or not does not matter. But my view would be always that everybody should have an agenda to at least put your foot down on this, that I cannot be regulated by a body which comprises possibly of people who may have not even gone through auditing and assurance standards, and they would be deciding whether these standards were properly applied by the chartered accountant or not. So you have been a mercy of the people who have possibly not read those standards also. So that's a major agenda which I would like to take it up, and I feel that every member should also speak on that, irrespective.
PUG, sorry to interrupt you. As you said rightly, somebody should not be regulated who may not be knowing the profession or who may not be the chartered accountants. Basically, Unmesh Narvekar here. See, the point, there is a gap between the government and the profession. Basically, there is something has been missing, and that bridge is, I think, lacking. Over a period of time, we have seen the glory of ICAI, and we used to hear, unless and until the chartered accountant president, ICAI president is consulted, finance bill is not been prepared, something like that. And today, I think that we are sidelined in many of the cases. You as a central council candidate, what catastrophic role you would like to play? What way do you think this bridge can be rebuilt again, so that the confidence of the government along with the society will be again there on the ICAI or maybe the fraternity? Please.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to make a point, that the similar respect or similar brand which was been carried over for last years.
Please join fast. No, you are called now. You are called. Just join.
Okay.
Yeah. One important point, Mr. Chajet, you are there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah,
please
you just mentioned whether you're elected or not. You should not say that. Now is the best time to put your best foot forward, and you are seeing there is a glow of light behind you now. When you are live, there is a glow of light behind you. So kind of a rising sun and a source of energy. I don't know, it is magic or is it the sun behind you now, pictorially, but there is a good glow of light. So don't say you are a powerful or you could be a powerful influencer. You could be engaged. Some candidates are rogues, some are good. 80% are doing a good job, but because of 20%, rogue participants and candidates, the image has got a beating. Some say 20%, some say 20%, 2%, some say 50% or more. But over 51% candidates are not only good, they are very, very good. And even in the third term, excellent work has been done by the candidates and council members, which is not visible. It is very unfortunate. Maybe because of the system and the pandemic for 2 years, work is not visible, but behind the scenes, you and I know a lot of good work is being done. That has to be highlighted. That can only be done on interactive platforms, not by forcing in POUs where there is no interaction and candidates or speakers are forced by political basis. Like Archana is facing a tough time. She says the informal Kothari is not allowing her to be a speaker. For last 2 years, she is a board member of listed companies and works at board level, even to small petty groups on compliance, she is not allowed to address by informal coteries. And you can see how articulation is done. So this is the best way, best time to put your foot forward and be visible, and a lot of good work being done, and see that the brand of a professional is foremost.
Agreed.
Story.
Thank you.
Shweta is also there. Shweta, you are there?
Yeah, Piyush, can you just answer the question?
Yes.
Manoj,
please. Yes, I'm here only.
We had a wonderful round of interaction by Mr. Sunil Patodia, past chairman, right? Mr. Rajkumar, past chairman, and wonderful work highlighted by Atul of the CEO Forum, Dhiraj Khandelwal, and lot of good work being done at digital valuation committees, Anil, Durgesh. There are many doing good work. It is only unfortunate West Zone recently there are lots of issues by Surat PA against the way West Zone people have articulated themselves. And Archana, last time I think you lost just by a few votes only. Otherwise, you could have been chairman and chairwoman, and still there's a huge potential. Can you share your thoughts on what you are contributing? We all saw your partner Ravi has been doing a lot of value-added work.
Manoj, before Shweta start, Piyush has to complete his answer. Piyush, if you are there, can you complete that answer? Please?
Yeah, sure. Only Shweta mentioned she had some network issues.
Yeah, Umesh ji, definitely.
Yeah, please.
So if I'm not forgetting, Umesh mentioned that how will you take up that brand which the institute used to carry, and they were been asked when the Finance Act. You just gave an example that even when the finance bill was coming, institute was been consulted, which is not happening now. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So how would institutes' engagement with the government will increase? That's the most important thing which you mentioned, I believe.
Absolutely,
Yes, that's what the basic thing is, that the institute has to be engaged with the government. Now there are two ways when you can be engaged. Obviously, it's a type of representation which you are making, quality of representation which you are making is the number one key. I'm not accepting that the representations are not good. Obviously, institute is doing very good job even today. But unfortunately, that's not going down good with the government. Why it is not going? We need to actually go into the reasons behind it. Now, the reasons behind it, it looks like that the institute or a chartered accountant has been blamed here and there for a lot of things. And in general, perception has been created by a lot of people that the chartered accountants are not doing good or they are not doing their job correctly. And that is creating a bad image possibly. Now, that image enhancement or image revival needs to be done according to me, wherein that even if 2 or 3 people who are not doing good, and institute is already taking an action against those people. So institute is seized of those matters. Wherever the members are found not doing their job properly, the actions have been taken. So obviously that will show the proper light to the government that the institute is properly equipped to take an actions against the members, and therefore there could not be interference. When institute is saying something, it needs to be accepted. So that brand needs to be recreated according to me.
Exactly, recreate. It is not refurbishment. Piyush, Chartered, you have used the right word, recreated.
Thank you.
There used to be a strategy called zero-based budgeting, right?
Right.
One can budget for wealth creation, one can budget for EBITDA losses or PAT losses, and still create a huge wealth like Google and Facebook and Jio and Paytm and maybe Policy Bazaar, Zomato have created with a creation. Wealth is created. A brand can be recreated. Chartered used to be a wonderful brand. I know in 2000 when I addressed large conferences in BSC Tower, over 800 people physically, Mr. SP Chartered, past president, came and sat on the second row as a participant. And he said, I come to learn. He was a past president. And Nihar was a person who gave a memento to me and other speakers. We had a top investor conference on wealth creation. There was a gentleman called Prafulla Chartered. He was a RCM at that point of time and trying to be visible. I think he was coming forward and standing outside, and he highly appreciated the interactive conference. We had over 800 participants heard me and other wealth creators in 2000. Today, Chartered band at that time was one of the wonderful brand. and now it has got in a huge controversy with so many disciplinary cases. That also I hope you will restore, and not only restore, that old Charget brand becomes again top after the controversies, and there is a clarity on what good work is being done beyond is behind the scenes, quietly in interactive way.
Sure. Thank you, Manoj, for kind words.
And Piyush stay there. Archana is still there. Shweta is there. I think Umesh is getting some other candidates also, past chairman. Shweta,
are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Shweta, be visible.
Shweta, you are also.
People want you to be at the forefront of the India.
Definitely. Actually, I'm sitting somewhere where network is really poor.
Now you are clear. Geo network is there. If you say network is poor, it affects the Reliance.
I don't have Geo, so I need to shift it immediately after the election.
You are on board. Airtel brand is better than Geo now. Geo has lost number of customers. Which is your brand as of now?
I think ICAI is getting so much vibrations that many women are coming to the in the election forum, and I think Shweta is one of the leading candidate for the regional council. She has been working for the ICAI in directly or indirectly from the branch level since 2005, 2007 onwards. She has been associated with me also in the committee, foundation committee. Then she has been a branch chairman in 12-13 of Vasai branch, and now she is into the election for this time. Last election was very unfortunate. She just missed the seat by 1 vote. Unfortunate was seen at that time, but no problem. She has continuously working for the profession, for the members, been giving her lectures on the accounting standards and the code of ethics and so many things. I think she is again a symbol of woman empowerment. Shweta, can you just throw lights on some of the points?
Thank you so much, Unmesh ji, Manoj ji, for giving me this opportunity and for the beautiful words which you have just now said about me. But what I can say is हमने जो काम साथ में किया है वो बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा था, and that was an inspiration to me. That's the reason today I am here as a candidate for the WRC, because we really enjoy to serve the profession at branch level, and every seniors in our branch, I feel so, and I take this privilege to say that somewhere उनको ऐसा लगता है कि I can do something for the profession. That's the reason I'm here. That's all I can say about my candidature. So what I can say about women empowerment, definitely. But being a woman myself, as a professional, what I can say is women and men both are the same. So in profession, it doesn't matter whether I'm women or some men are there. But definitely, yes, being a woman myself, I can understand the pain of women, because every women go through some phases after marriage also, or after kids also. So somewhere we need to see that how we can take them again, which I can say the second inning of for the women chartered accountants especially. So what we can do for such type of women, definitely this is my core area. Always was there and always will be there, because I'm more of connected. I can connect myself being a woman myself. And the second is about the new chartered accountant, because you maybe witness, Unmesh ji, that when we have started in 2006 and 7, I was always surrounded with the students, and student is always its core heart for me. So I can understand the pain after immediate clearing of their chartered accountancy course. If chartered accountant says that now what next, I need to check that what should I do next. whether I should go for the practice or industry. So I think as a leader, we are somewhere lacking behind, that we are not able to provide them a proper mentorship or training. So इसके लिए उनको आज भी ये लगता है कि अब सीए होने के बाद भी मुझे क्या करना है. So मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं ये mentorship, ये training उनको clearly उनके दिमाग में होनी चाहिए कि after completing my chartered accountancy course, their focus should be very, very clear. Even अगर हम उनको training immediate starting from their chartered accountancy course ये हम उनको तब से दे सकते हैं, तो will be a great service to the chartered accountancy profession also, and probably we will find some good quality of chartered accountant immediate after the their completion of degree.
Shweta
So
ji,
these two areas,
yeah, definitely. WRC is the largest region and giving the maximum number of members to the profession, entire profession. If you see the statistics of the country, and you are contesting for the region which is such a glorious region and giving such a number of chartered accountants to the profession. Now, as a role of a regional council member, what do you see, what things needs to be done in the regional council to see that this profession, this region will continue to lead the entire nation as such? Because ICAI is more always, if you see there is alternate year, the president is from the region, Western region normally, because of the number of chartered accountants in this region, and it's always served over a period of time continuously. So what do you think, what could be the agenda in that direction, you as a candidate for the regional council, please?
See, Unmesh ji, आपको तो ये मालूम ही है कि we have a central council also and regional council also, and the roles and responsibility are clearly defined, that what we can do at WRC level and what we cannot do. But definitely at region level, since you rightly said that this is it's a biggest region in the India, and we are leading in all of the regions. WRC is a big region, so definitely a role and responsibility is really, really important. I can understand and that decision making power is not there at WRC level, but local representation, definitely we can do that. Since I am not in the regional council, so probably I will not be able to comment properly what I can do and what I cannot. But what I feel is जो हम बाहर रहकर भी कर रहे थे आज तक, वो हम काउंसिल में जाने के बाद भी कर सकते हैं. लोकल लेवल पे हम मेंबर्स को कैसे हेल्प कर सकते हैं, हाउ वी कैन जनरेट some new opportunity by doing a representation at local level, Maharashtra government पे या गुजरात government में या गोवा level पे, because since our region is representing a Maharashtra, Goa, Gujarat, what we can do, definitely I would like to serve in this area. So we can help to even SMPs also, small medium practitioners, chartered accountant, which are really they are crying like anything nowadays. We all know that. So this is one I think I can do at regional level.
Yeah, and one more point about about elevating the image of a chartered accountant in society, because see what at a regional level, definitely the brand CA, it's not only the top level or the ICAI central council, rather it is a root level. The brand has to be properly highlighted, that yes, the CA is really a financial experts, they are really the masters in these things, and they are really doing a wonder job. So what steps you would like to take at the bottom level, at a regional level, or maybe at the lower level, to give that boost again to the CA brand?
Sir, brand image की अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो I feel is professionalism and ethics. These two things are there which can increase our brand. This is the only thing are there. हम सिर्फ बड़ी-बड़ी बात करेंगे उससे CA की image बढ़ेगी नहीं. But this two fundamental principle which I can say is this should be very, very clear in our mind. Wherever we are traveling or wherever we are going, whether as a chartered accountant or a normal human being, we should remember that we are carrying our institute image also. So professionalism should be It's not only at our office level or some at conferences level. It should reflect your it should reflect in your personality. So wherever you are going or you are doing any kind of work, if you are a professional, you are doing with your ethics and professionalism, it is there. Definitely we can create a brand image of our ICI. So whether I'm at WIRC or at my home or at my ICI, if these two things clear in my mind, so definitely I believe in myself that I can do some value addition or even in brand image also.
Fantastic, madam. That's what is required in every CA as a professional. Yes, professionalism and the ethics of the profession, because that is the topmost thing that can be done as a chartered accountant, and that will change the society, the perception of the society about the chartered accountants. Definitely.
Shweta, your thoughts on transferable vote and how candidates can work together, and many people don't understand about transferable vote also.
So in transferable voting system, see, this is I feel is beauty of our ICI election, because each and every vote is count. Your vote is not going to waste if you are selecting your candidate in a preferential basis in your choice of order, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if fifth person is got eliminated, the fourth person there are high chances for selection, then third, then second, and then first. So this is the beauty I can say is you can select your candidate as per your choice in a preferential system and preference order. So what I can say in transferable voting system is, of course, the chartered accountant and a member, while going voting, you should select maximum number of preferences. So at least your vote can count. So this is what I can say about transferable voting system.
Shweta, women are meant to be very, very benevolent. Always, heart of kindness. On the CABF, there is a CA benevolent fund. Within how many minutes or days or months of death, the family who are totally dependent on the income of the deceased CA, within how much time you feel the monthly pension and the ex gratia should be given. Very clear, articulate thoughts and how you can contribute in the system. One is within how much time, with the much needed, the cost of living, and the importance of earnings. And if a sole member, earning member CA dies due to unforeseen circumstances, cancer or whatever, within how much time the monthly pension and the ex gratia should be actually disbursed to the accounts of the spouse of the member or dependents of the member.
Sir, it completely depend on the family area where they are living. How they are.
Suggest the best practices. We know it is dependent, but all information is given, all forms are given. It's a very simple procedure, and it's a efficiency is the name of the game. If you don't get within certain time, it needs to work. Otherwise, the family members of the deceased person, they lose confidence in the system, and the word spreads.
But sorry, sir, because I'm not much aware about our actual what is CABF they are doing it. So I really I will not be able to comment on the this question, because I really don't know what exactly our provision related to this. So even I need to study on that. So amount on amount, I really am not able to comment on that.
Shweta, provisions are very good. The current president, Nihar, is doing a wonderful job, provided he gets matters to his attention. He is doing a wonderful job, but it is members like you who are having a connect with members, and you can take things forward. Who will bring attention of the president to the needs of the member? It is only people like you or the other influences. And I can tell you from my understanding, the current president, Neha Jambusar, is doing a wonderful job. But if he doesn't know, if the file is not brought to his attention, what can he do? You know, he himself suffered from COVID. And
I
he
know,
had
I
to
know.
go to
So
hospital.
at regional level, what I can say is definitely मैं वो सारी files जो भी अगर आती है जो हमारे members suffer कर रहे हैं, I will put a pressure and I will forward to the regional council, central council level and ICAI level. This is my duty.
Wonderful. This is what is
Definitely.
expected, and keep on moving your hands and legs till the action is done, till the money gets credited to your account.
100%.
In fact, find out about it and share with all your connect and voters on how benevolent profession is. One candidate, a past chairman, came today and he shared there is 250 crore of surplus every year. Surplus, which could be meaningfully used. As of now, it is not properly utilized. You know, a detailed presentation was shared by one of the past council members about the accounts. You know, there is a dissent in accounts recorded in the WRC AGM. Last 3 years, there are huge discrepancies. Dissent was recorded because of huge discrepancies presented, and Manish said he is now becoming more transparent. Transparency, he has assured transparency and says he can share the minutes and the internal audit reports. So there are huge profits and huge funds available which can be used for benevolence and appropriate activities. Are you there? I think your network is there. And incidentally, because of challenges of pandemic and various other issues, the connect has been missing in the last few years, maybe due to unfortunate events or due to internal issues, also the system driven issues.
I think Shweta must be traveling. She is traveling, so maybe network issue could be there. But she has made a presence and given her
very strong presence. Yes.
Yes.
Very
strong
and
presence.
she talked about network also. She needs support from Airtel and Reliance Jio also, and possibly MTNL and BSNL also. So divestment story can happen. BPCL divestment is on, you know, and oil prices come down. So whether the prices for the consumers will also reduce. You had mentioned one other past chairman for the last year. He actually wanted to come. He has been not visible, and he has been facing a lot of issues.
Yeah, some people are in queue. They are joining, but they are traveling. Some of them not getting connected.
Yeah, is the past year's chairman coming? He will be missing out, and if he loses, he has only himself to blame.
Nothing of that sort. Rather, the Vishnu is also joining. Few people are in queue. There are some are in.
Who are joining? Who are joining?
Mr. Even Chitraya sir is there. I am trying him. He is actually in meeting. He will be free and then he will be joining. Then Vishnu Agarwal is there again. We are then trying for Lalit also. So most of them are joining. They are in queue. They are some busy with some schedules also. So maybe in a couple of minutes, even Dhiraj sir also been there. Maybe he said he will join. Let's see.
It's an equal opportunity to all.
Yeah, it's like equal opportunity to all. Let them make their presence, update about their own thought process about the election.
And practically nobody is shying away from interacting.
No, it's a rather.
And they want to recreate the brand.
Yes, absolutely.
You
all are having the same
articulated objective. Very clearly, Mr. Chajed, on recreating the brand. And the strategy is very important. Maybe they had a lack of understanding of strategy, which after a detailed interaction, they can improve their strategies further. And ensure voter apathy is handled appropriately. Time is short. 4.5 hours of interaction, wonderful interaction with live streaming.
Can you try a few of them from your end?
You have been the program coordinator for the day. I think if they are joining in the next 5 minutes, they can join. Otherwise, you can close for the day. You have always given an open welcome to all, and they are in connect with you. They have another opportunity to come and interact and make themselves felt and retune their strategy for creating the brand and contribute to the India growth story in a much bigger and much more effective way. Right?
Definitely.
So, Unmesh, final concluding remarks and vote of thanks from you before you end the formal conclave, which has lasted over 4.5 hours on strategies, markets, data analytics, research, and many policy makers, right? Policy makers and influencers with board level experience and a council level experience, sharing insights and how they can be much more effective than with regulators than they have been so far. And many have accepted the mistakes, learning from experience, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Many have accepted the mistakes of their past colleagues, maybe pandemic related challenges, and how we are among the best regulators in the world. RBI, SEBI, NFRA, MCA, among the best regulators in the world, and also government trying to bring a much more effective mechanism for disciplinary action and members, particularly in view of so many scams from corporates and by professionals who try to get away with money power or muscle power, or they are lobbying with professional bodies. It's big money at stake, right? Big money at stake.
It was really a fantastic beginning by Nupur Kothari madam, giving the shloka from the Bhagavad Gita, and really nice beginning was been done. And then we had a stalwarts, Mr. Kannan, then Vikas, then Roshan, and so many people have deliberated on the various aspects in the India growth story. And the presence been made by the various candidates for the central and regional council members for the candidature for the regional and central council, like Sunil Patodia sir, then Adukia sir, again then Piyush Chajed, Archana Yadav, and Shweta Jain. People have made their presence in the today's interaction. They have put forward their views in a 360 dimension about all, what way the things to be taken place, what is the expectation, what way they are going to take the things ahead. And it's really fantastic to have the interaction with these youth, especially the youth people who have very different vibrations in their talks. They have different thought process about the technology, different thought process about the profession, a very catalytic role to be played by the chartered accountant in the society, as well as in the image building of a profession as far as the government is concerned, bridging the gap between the government and the institute. So many issues have been deliberated, so many points have been discussed by them with the open thoughts. And really, within the four corners of code of conduct of the elections, they are discussed about these points. They have talked about their thought process, strategies in the forthcoming elections. Yes, they have made their presence for today's program. I think it was really a great day for all of us. I really express my heartiest thanks to all the presenters, all the candidates for the Central and Regional Council who have been over here. Some of them are really busy with the traveling. Some of them are busy with their own meetings of the election. Still, they are given their 5 to 10 minutes or sometimes even more than that and attended the programs and interacted with all of us. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Today's session has lasted for over 4.5 hours. We have one more webinar ahead, myself and Mr. Narendra on markets, changing pattern of markets, which will be brief for about 1.5 hours. All of you requested to join. And next Saturday, before that, Friday, if possible, all of you go and exercise your transferable vote. And on the 4th, those who have not voted and still are wondering and want further connect, be ready because lots of voter apathy is there, and be ready to connect with Umesh, right? And come on live and connect with all the stakeholders to see franchises exercise and finally democracy wins. And a new brand is created. So wishing all stakeholders all the best for India growth story, and all regulators, stakeholders, professional bodies, and members can contribute to the India growth story much more effectively and be a better brand. Thank you, everybody. We close the meeting formally now.